How did Officer Aguirre um, come to interact with Cody Rubishki? So, for example, did Officer Aguirre encounter Mr. Rubishki in Torgerson Park? For the topic of what commands did Officer Aguirre give to Mr. Rubishki, and did Mr. Rubishki comply? The kinds of questions you might be asked are, did Officer Aguirre tell Mr. Rubishki that the park was closed and that he needed to leave? Did Officer Aguirre ask Mr. Rubishki to identify himself?
All right, so those are basically your opening statements in this inquest. Again, this is expected to last through the 5th, so you roughly have an entire week where this testimony will be kind of unfurling, if you will. However, we did already hear from Officer Aguirre, so we're going to take a short commercial break, and on the other side, we'll jump in and hear some of what he had to say about that 2021 deadly shooting night. That's coming up after a commercial break.
Ready?
Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Matthew Smith here once again. Now, we told you just before the break that we were listening in to some of the testimony or the opening statements of that inquest underway following a 2021 deadly officer-involved shooting. Officer Aguirre did jump on the stand today. We're going to pick that up from earlier this morning, let you hear. He's talking about this incident and his second run-in with the man that would eventually be shot and killed. He had previously asked him to leave a dimly lit park as it was getting closer and closer to midnight. We'll jump in with Officer Aguirre on the stand.
I was now giving him, lawful commands of where to stand, and he still just moving around, kind of around sort of the back of his vehicle. Then he, and again, at no point has he given me any real explanation for what he's doing at the time. So all of a sudden, he starts walking from the back of his vehicle towards the. I have this. From somewhere around here, he just starts making a beeline this direction over here. I initially thought that he was trying to, maybe run from me. So I believe that at this point is when I put out a description of him over the radio. He didn't run out, but he's walking with a purpose, I'd say.
And where are you? He's making that beeline from the corner of the car over to that building. Where are you?
I've been sort of around here, and then when he starts moving, again, I think maybe he's about to take off further into the park. So I speed up and I'm walking behind him.
Okay.
So he's walking over here, and he stops right at this corner, actually kind of right where this patch is. And then he grabbed some items off of, I don't know if you can see it here, but there's a brick ledge. And he grabbed some items off of there. I didn't 100% know what they were. I thought maybe there were some things that were charging or something like that, but it wasn't something soft like a jacket or something like that. So I put out a description of him over the radio. He grabs these items, and then he spins around and starts walking right back at me, as though he's going to almost try to like shoulder check me or brush by me. So at this point, all my verbal contact with him hasn't led to him doing anything I've asked. So I decide to grab him by the sleeve as he's trying to walk by me. So I make physical contact. I grab him by the sleeve. Many times in my career, I'd say probably like most any officer, I've had people say all kinds of stuff to me, threaten me, whatever. Sometimes literally just the physical action of touching them on the arm or the act of putting their hands behind their back, something like that. Sometimes that immediately changes their demeanor and makes them cooperative. That's what I was hoping for. It did not. I grabbed his sleeve, and he immediately started, violently pulling away. It was slippery. So I'm holding on to him, and he's pulling away from me, and I'm very aware that he's holding these hard items in his hands. I know that really anything can be a weapon of opportunity, and I really don't want him to hit me with whatever he's holding. So with one hand, I reach down and I slap the things out of his hands. I didn't strike him or anything. I just knocked the items out of his hands.
And you were concerned about him hitting you with those, but was he making any sort of move to do that?
No, he was just trying to pull away from me.
Okay.
It was just I was kind of the next thing I could foresee happening at the time. So I wanted to limit the amount of damage he could do to me immediately. So I knocked the items out of his hands, and he's pulling me sort of in kind of this direction. I think we actually went around this side of the table.
So sorry, that greenish thing there, that's a picnic table?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So we kind of went around this side of it. I'm holding him. I knocked the items out of his hands. At this point, he hasn't responded now to my physical touch. So that's one more thing I've tried, one more step on the ladder that he hasn't responded to. So I go to execute a takedown that I was taught in the academy. It's a bent armbar takedown. I don't know how much you want me to get into the physics of it.
Yeah, if you could explain what that is.
Okay. Bent armbar takedown is essentially kind of a shoulder lock where the officer is standing facing the person, and they're facing not the officer. The officer's outside their hip range. Reaches under the near arm, clasps his hands sort of over the top of the person's shoulder, and brings it down, so that kind of helps break their posture a little bit, bend them forward, which makes it difficult for them to maintain their balance. If you can picture, they're bent sort of.
Maybe you could stand up and show how you're trying that.
Yeah. So.
And if it's easier for you to do it where you have more space, feel free to come down here, or you could stay where you are.
Do I need to bring this with me?
Talk loudly,
Okay.
and we'll let you know if we can't pick it up.
Yeah. So it would be, if I'm minding this, Mr. Rubishki would be facing that way in ideal circumstances. Go under his near arm, clasp my hands over the top of his shoulder, kind of bring him down to get him bent over about like this. And then it involves kind of like a big C step and drag him to the ground. It doesn't cause any injury to the shoulder. I've since become a defensive tactics instructor. I've trained at the academy. I've never seen someone injured by this thing, but it's designed to get them on the ground.
And so that's the bent armbar takedown, and that's something that you learned in the basic law enforcement academy?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point in my career, I didn't have any further advanced training beyond the basic law enforcement academy, and then just annual, or for small agencies, sometimes it's once every 2 years or once whenever they can get around to it, additional defensive tactics training.
Okay. So you tried that bent armbar takedown on Mr. Rubishki, and what happened?
Yes. So the way to sort of negate that is if you sort of put all your energy into standing up tall. If the the first half of the takedown is breaking their posture, if they go completely rigid and bring their arms as tight to them as possible, it makes it very difficult to do. You can't really tell in this picture, but there's a slight hill here. So he's also, I believe, a little bit higher than me when I'm doing that.
And the hill is in which direction? Which part?
It slopes towards, down towards the building.
Okay, so the parking lot's higher than the
Yeah.
building. Okay.
And it's the same thing on the other side of the parking lot as well. So he stiffens up, pins his arms to his sides. My hand is sort of stuck under his arm, so I pull it out real quick. And like I said, his jacket was slippery. So instead of fully losing contact with him, I grab him kind of two hands by the jacket. He, like I said, he was a little bit uphill from me. I don't know how tall Mr. Rubishki is, but him being uphill, the LED headlamp that he's been wearing since my first contact with him is shining directly into my eyes. So my night vision is pretty much gone at this point. I can't really see what's going on, so I reach up and I push the headlamp off the top of his head. It's on just a normal elastic band, comes off, falls on the ground.
And let me go back quickly. So the bent armbar takedown, that didn't work.
Correct.
All right, and then you see the light that's shining in your face, and you push that off his head.
Yes.
Okay.
At some point in this time, I'm not 100% sure when. I did use my radio to tell my backup to step it up. That means if you're not coming lights and sirens, start, drive faster, get here, something's going on. It was sort of an emergency call.
And so what, when you're trying the bent armbar takedown, the headlamp, how's Mr. Rubishki responding?
He's still pulling away from me. At some point in here, I told him if he continued resisting, he would get more charges. And he said, "No, I won't." Which I didn't really put a ton into at the time because we were actively grappling at this point. But he said, "No, I won't." So I'm holding him by the jacket. I've asked for my backup to step it up, and he at some point during this, he takes hold of my vest. I don't know exactly how he was holding it, but there's a lot of handholds on it. So I'm holding him, he's holding me, and we are walking. We're it's kind of hard to describe. We're pulling each other, like we're each trying to exert our will on the other one. And in this, while we're pulling, I'm trying foot sweeps or to trip him. It's not working, and we make our way around his car. So, like, we went around here, just tracing the path here, and then we end up here, and then we sort of during this next little portion, we're holding on to each other as we make our way around his car. I believe we did almost a full circle of his vehicle.
And when he grabs you by your vest, is that the first time he's making physical contact with you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And while we're making this circle, he mentions something to the effect of, last time I dealt with you guys, you flipped my car. And I was like, I'm new here. I don't remember anything. And then all of a sudden, it was one of those things with the human brain that's tough to describe. But all of a sudden, I remembered back to early on in my field training with Officer Smith. We'd been dispatched to a different part of North Bend for either a parking or camping complaint. I can't remember which. And we'd pulled up, and Officer Smith saw the guy's car and said, "Oh, I remember that guy." We pursued him from North Bend all the way into Seattle. The State Patrol pitted his car, and it rolled. And then he was, still argumentative and fighting when State Patrol had him at gunpoint.
And so this is what Officer Smith was telling you
This is what Officer Smith told me
during your field training.
During my field training. So it was when he said that, I was at first like, I've never done that. And then my brain just connected all these dots about, oh, that happened before. And he's bringing this up now while I'm trying to detain him, and he's fighting me.
So this is what made you think, oh, this might be the guy that I'd heard about before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. At that point, and I still didn't know his name, but I was like, okay, that's sort of the kind of person I'm dealing with. This is in his history, and the fact that he's bringing it up now tells me that he holds a grudge from that incident. So things just keep getting worse for me. It basically is, I'm hearing these things, he's saying these things, and this is happening. I'm like, oh, this person really does not like the police, and he's fighting with me. So we make our way around his vehicle. Like I said, I think while this happened, we're kind of pushing, pulling. I'm trying to trip him. Make our way around the vehicle. And I mention using my taser. Tasers aren't effective at this close range, but sometimes just the threat of the use of the taser, because they hurt, is enough to cause people to comply.
So what do you mentioned using your taser? Do you remember what you said?
Something like, if you don't stop, I'm going to tase you.
Okay.
So that's when he shoves away from me, which he had, like, we've been sort of pulling and jostling each other, but he gives one big shove in the chest, which causes his jacket to slip out of my hands. And then he starts running away from his vehicle.
So let's go to Exhibit 20. Okay, so we've zoomed out a little bit here. Can you point out where you guys were when, approximately, when we hear about where you say he shoves you?
Yeah, we were somewhere in this area.
Okay. And you said he shoves you, and is that the first time he's making? No, I'm sorry. He'd already had you by the vest, but is that kind of the first kind of push or strike of you that he's done?
Yeah, that's I would probably consider it kind of a strike, but
Okay.
that's the first strike he's done, and he yeah, shoves off and then runs this direction.
Okay, over near that white
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
I take off after him. Now it's, we've added assaulting an officer to the list of issues so far. So he shoves off me, takes off running. I grab we're somewhere in this area. I grab the back of his jacket, and he spins around and he grabs me again by the vest, but before I'm able to drag him to the ground. Then after he's turned around and grabbed my vest, he reaches down and grabs my holster. And at this point, he says something to the effect of, and can I use the direct quote? Okay. He says,
And apologies, we're going to mute that for just a second because the direct quote is not fit for television.
he stopped, turned around, grabbed me again. That's an aggressive movement. He's not trying to get away from me anymore. And then now he's saying this statement that it sounds to me like he hates me, and now he's going to teach me a lesson. So he grabs my holster and he starts pulling it on it. We are right in here. I can't remember exactly where. And I look down and I see these, I don't know what you call them, curbs maybe. And they have pieces of, when they put them in, they use pieces of rebar to hold them in place. And they have probably 2 inches of kind of sharp rebar sticking out the top.
Okay, we could go to exhibit 28. All right, and you can zoom in on the curb there. Is that what that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So
we'll go back to exhibit 20. Oh, unless there's more you want to say about that particular piece of rebar.
yeah. So at this point, he's now, statements coupled with his actions. He's trying to access my firearm. He's telling me, in not so many words, that he's going to teach me a lesson. And I'm looking down and I can see that this is my surroundings. I know that if I fall on that, depending on how I fall, if my head strikes it, I could be knocked unconscious or die if I land with my.
We'll go back to 20. Yeah. Yep, you got it.
If I land with my spine on it, that could cause severe injury. Our vests aren't hard; they're flexible. It's basically laminated fabric, so that wouldn't protect me a ton. So I start pushing away from him because I'm trying to get away from, one, him pulling on my gun, and two, I don't want to be right in this area in case he knocks me down. He keeps pulling on me. And
Sorry, exhibit 20, 20. That's all right. Yep, that's all right.
So he continues pulling on me. That you can actually see it. This is all frost, and that's why there's visible footprints. So it's slippery here, and this slopes down away from the parking area. He's pulling on me. He's pulling on my holster, which is mounted to a metal piece that runs up to my belt. At one end, it's anchored at my belt, and the other end is anchored with a strap to my thigh.
But, and since you're describing that, I guess we can try pulling up exhibit 10A. Does that help explain what you were just describing? Okay, I'm sorry it's blurry, but.
Yeah, so you can see the mounting to the belt. That's a piece of metal that runs down kind of behind the holster. Holster's mounted to it, and then this strap helps keep the holster from to keep the muzzle of the holster from being pulled away from my leg to where I wouldn't be able to draw it, so it would hit my side.
And briefly, so the jury knows what we're looking at. Is this a picture of you on that night?
Yes.
Okay.
All of that to say, he's sort of pulling my leg in an unnatural way. He's rotating it in and pulling it towards him. And I slip and fall, and he ends up on top of me.
Okay. And let's go back. Well, and so let's go back to exhibit 10A, sorry. Okay, and so your guns, and that's with the holster latched closed?
Yes.
All right. How easy is it to get something out of the holster?
So the holsters are made of polymer that's
I don't know if we need the science behind
Sorry.
it. Why do you have holsters?
a lot of it is a holster keeps the gun in place. It keeps it from falling out. These holsters have this hood that has to be pushed down and forward. And then there's a nub on the other side of it that you pull back with your thumb that you use to release the hood. And then the holster, the gun can come out of the holster.
So when he's pulling on your holster, what are you worried, or what are you thinking about?
One, so the hood coming down, that can happen on accident. Depending on how you have your vest set up, you could accidentally depress that and push that forward, and then now there's just the nub mechanism that's keeping it in there.
All right, so that is just some of today's inquest hearing. That is the Officer Aguirre, that was there and actually ended up pulling the trigger the night of that 2021 deadly shooting. We will be jumping back in and getting you some more information about how this all unfolded. That information is coming up later in our show. Right now, though, I do want to jump outside as we take a look at those conditions. We do have Fox 13 meteorologist Alona McCauley. She is going to be standing by. She'll be jumping up on the desk here and walking us through your weather picture before we jump back in to more of our coverage of today's inquest, this deadly police shooting. For now, though, we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back.
Well, hi there, everyone. From the Fox Local Live Desk, I'm meteorologist Ilona McCauley. I hope you had a wonderful long holiday weekend and happy belated Thanksgiving holiday. A lot of folks still trying to make their way back home after spending some time with their family and friends. So let's take a live look outside right now and we can see what is happening out there at SeaTac International Airport. This is a live look right now. You can see some gray skies over the airport right now, and skies are going to remain dry here for the next few hours. We will start to ramp up those rainfall chances, though, as we get into the late afternoon, evening hours, and then we'll be watching for some higher elevation mountain snow as well. So temperatures still pretty cool outside, coming off of a pretty chilly weekend as well. Only 44 right now at the airport. We're in the low 40s around Everett, Bellingham right now, 41 degrees. We are below freezing as you're heading over Snoqualmie Pass, and temperatures hovering right around freezing there in Moses Lake. 32 degrees from Spokane to Pullman to even Walla Walla. Here's a look at the next week or so. So we're going to continue to see these cooler than average temperatures here for the first week of December. Afternoon high temperatures for the next few days, especially going to be hovering in those low to mid 40s. December in Seattle, it is officially that time of the year where our colder months are upon us, as well as the possibility for picking up more mountain snow with meteorological winter officially arriving. So we usually start December 1st, which is today, with average high temperatures around 49 degrees. Then we're going to drop down toward the end of the month on December 31st. Those average highs are going to drop to 46 degrees. These are also going to be some of the shortest days of the year, of course, leading up to the winter solstice. And then after that, we're going to slowly begin to add a few minutes to our sunrises and sunsets there. So hopefully getting those days just a bit longer. Average rainfall for the month of December coming in with about 5 and almost 3/4 of an inch of rainfall. This is officially the second wettest month of the year. Typically, November is our wettest month. Here's a look at November. Speaking of the month, we are actually finishing off the 7th warmest November on record. So as you can see, many days were above average as we close out that month of November, and we managed to pick up some great beneficial rainfall as well, just a little bit behind average for the month, finishing off there. A live look at the Doppler radar, you can start to see some of that light rainfall with this next week disturbance beginning to push into some of our areas up there in the extreme northern section of Whatcom County, close to Bellingham. We're starting to get a few showers there as well in Port Angeles, as well as in Forks. That's going to continue to push its way eastward into the Puget Sound lowlands. Likely we'll start to see some light rainfall in time for that commute home from work today, right around 6 to 6:30. Here's a look at that futurecast. So timing out those rainfall chances, you can see by about 3:30 or so, we're going to fill in those rain chances in Skagit County as well. That's going to translate into some higher elevation snow up there, especially in the North Cascades. The snow level is going to be right around 3,500 feet. We'll pick up a light dusting as well up there around parts of Stevens Pass. 1 to 3 inches, not totally out of the question. Likely not going to see much snow accumulating there over Stevens Pass, as that pass, of course, as we know, is a little bit higher than that. We'll hold on to some slight rainfall chances for early Tuesday morning, and then things will start to clear out there pretty quickly. We're going to watch for decrease in clouds throughout the rest of the day tomorrow, and then mostly clear skies expected for the remainder of your Tuesday night. Checking out that forecast for the rest of today, it will remain fairly gray and cool with highs only in the mid 40s in the lowlands, upper 40s in the foothills. Central Washington, you're going to top out right around 37 degrees. Your extended 7-day forecast will show those cooler temperatures sticking around through about Thursday. We're going to bump up those temperatures just a bit, as well as increase the rainfall chances for the end of the week and on into next weekend. Coming up, we'll talk much more about the expected snow up there in the higher elevations. We'll have a look at some of the cameras as well through the passes, let you know if you're driving home still from the holidays, what you can expect up there. That's all coming up in about the next hour or so. For now, we're going to take a short break, and then Matthew Smith will be back with more of the day's headlines. Stay right here.
All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. We just got you all caught up with meteorologist Ilona McCauley walking you through all these details with our weather picture, what we're going to be seeing in the next couple of days here with that 7-day forecast. Really looking nice Thursday and Friday, as she mentioned. In the meantime, I do want to get you guys caught back up on this King County inquest. We told you guys just before the break that we were walking you through this process. This is going to last until the 5th of December, so really Monday through Friday. They'll be interviewing various people, but today Officer Aguirre, the person who actually pulled the trigger in this deadly 2021 shooting that left Cody Rubishky dead, is on the stand this morning, and had a chance to talk a little bit with the prosecutor, the King County inquest attorney. She's the one asking the questions. He's on the stand, and he's kind of explained this back and forth, this fight that's been ongoing late at night in a park. Rubishky had been asked to leave, and now there's some type of a struggle for the gun on his hip. So we will jump back in with Officer Rubishky answering questions specifically about his holster and the attempt to grab that gun from him before that deadly shot was fired.
This hood that has to be pushed down and forward, and then there's a nub on the other side of it that you pull back with your thumb that you use to release the hood, and then the holster, the gun can come out of the holster.
So when he's pulling on your holster, what are you worried, or what are you thinking about?
One, so the hood coming down, that can happen on accident. Depending on how you have your vest set up, you could accidentally depress that and push that forward, and then now there's just the nub mechanism that's keeping it in there. Also, it's made of, like I said, polymer, plastic. It's durable, but it's not metal or leather. I've seen them break.
So what are you worried might happen?
The way that they're not designed to have a full-grown man pulling on them. I'm worried that he's going to break my holster and take my gun.
Okay.
That seems to be what he's working toward.
Okay. Let's go back to Exhibit 20. That sounds like you had just ended up on the ground.
Yeah, and that was somewhere right around here.
On the grass.
Yes, on the grass. And he's on top of me, sort of like with a knee on either side of me, right about my waist level, and he's still fixated on pulling on my holster.
Are you able to get up?
No, he's I've got his body weight on me, and all this stuff somewhat limits mobility as well. So he's pulling on me. I'm able to sort of get my arm under one of his legs, pitch him off of me, and then he holds on to me, and we're still rolling, and he ends up back on top of me again. And this time it's more like he's got his leg across my waist. So he's in a better position. At some point during the scuffle, my earpiece has come out. My radio microphone is unclipped from my carrier, and I don't know where it goes. That one, it's on kind of a elastic or like a bungee cord, so it bouncing around somewhere, wrapped around my leg maybe. He's on top of me with his leg across my torso, and he's right back to pulling on my gun, and he's grabbing the actual butt of the pistol, the end of the grip. When he initially started, he was pulling on the holster. Now he's pulling on the actual grip of the gun itself. So
are you able to get up when he's got his leg across you? Okay.
now he has even more leverage because he's basically pushing down with his leg while pulling up on my gun.
And when he's pulling on your gun, what are you thinking about?
I mean, there's at this point no doubt in my mind that he's trying to kill me. There's a million different things he could have done if he was just trying to get away from this interaction. He's on top of me. He could get up and run away, and I would have to, get up, and he'd probably make it. Coupled with all the things he said, that he clearly, sees me as I'm the police. The police have wronged him in the past, he feels, and now is his chance to kill me, to take it out on me. So he's pulling on my gun, like I said, braced against my torso, and I'm able to reach up and grab his jacket kind of at the shoulders and pull him down. So he's sort of almost chest to chest with me. And this all happens this sort of next part happens all in a matter of moments. I pull him down, and he slides out the bottom of his jacket like it comes over his head. So I'm left holding his jacket, and he's back up over me, and he's postured up more so I can't grab him again.
And when you say he's back up over you, has he stood up?
He hasn't stood up. He's still kneeling on me. He's still pinning me in place with his leg. But he's just his spine is straighter, so I can't do the same thing to pull him back down to my chest. And he's still pulling on my gun. I'm trying to roll under him to protect my gun, because that's what he's focused on. I'm able to get his hand off of it briefly. Like I said, this is all happening in moments. Then he postures up again with his fist clenched, and now I think that he's just going to start pounding my head into the ground. At this, I don't know how many, direct punches to the face with my head on the ground I can take. I've seen knockouts with just one. So I'm concerned that he's just going to start beating my face in. I have temporary control over my holster. I was able to get his hands off it. I know he's trying to kill me, so at that point, I draw my gun and I put it to his side, and I fire one shot into his right side.
All right, and that is probably the most important testimony that we will hear all week when it comes to this deadly shooting. He just explained the moments leading up to him pulling out his gun and firing into the side of Cody Rubishki there. Again, Rubishki died from a gunshot wound to the chest. His death was later ruled a homicide. The officer, Aguirre, who you just heard from there, was eventually cleared of any wrongdoing in that. All of this starting after Rubishki was found in a park out in the Snoqualmie North Bend area, Torgerson Park. Basically was asked to leave, declined to do so, stayed there, was doing something with his vehicle, and when Rubishki came through a second time, a fight broke out, and Aguirre explained how Rubishki tried to grab at his firearm and, in fear of his life, pulled the gun, shooting and killing Rubishki. Again, this inquest, basically what they do, it's a fact-finding mission trying to better understand any type of shooting that involves an officer that leads to a death. This is a 2021 case where we've seen other cases in recent weeks that we've covered here in the Fox Local Live Desk. And this one will continue throughout the week. More people will be called up there. They will walk through this and try to get more information, a better understanding of what exactly took place leading up to this particular death, and if there's any takeaways that they ought to be able to get from what they learned during this case. All right, that is just one of the things we are covering here today on the Fox Local Live Desk. Coming up, we also want to get caught up with the Seattle Torrent. Today is a big day as they kind of recap what's been going on after that record-setting performance on Friday night, their home opener for the first PWHL club to call Seattle home. We'll check in with one of their defensemen. That's coming up after a commercial break. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Got a live look outside right now from our Capitol Hill camera, giving you a better idea of how things are looking out there today. 44 degrees. We've gained a couple degrees since we last checked in with meteorologist Alona McCauley, so we'll be checking back in with her probably the next half hour or so. In the meantime, I do want to let you know we've been talking a lot about the Seattle Torrent. They set that huge record over the weekend with the most fans ever at a game. 16,000 plus fans at Climate Pledge Arena. In fact, they just put out a new hype video, and we want to give you a chance to look at it right now.
History was made on the ice here, not only because it was the home opener, they also broke the PWHL record for the highest number of people attending this game.
This is going to be a journey for us to get this identity to go, and there's a lot of good parts of that identity. 16,000 fans. It carried us through, I think, some tired, heavy legs.
There's something about Seattle that is just so special. You all have started a movement well before we even got here. The big takeaway is how special this was. It was a dream come true, sort of pinch me moment. To be able to have a home team here in Seattle is so special. We feel the love. I mean, we've said it so many times. That never quit, never die support is just so tremendous. It's a huge advantage to be able to play at home when you've got a crowd that's as electric as our fans are here.
To see how much girls hockey and women's hockey has grown, that it's possible now to be at the highest level here in the States and here on the West Coast. We're pushing the limits, and we're going to continue doing that throughout the whole season.
So that is the brand new video coming in from the Seattle Torrent. Now, earlier today, our crew was out at practice for the shoot-around. Of course, while it was huge for them to set that record in front of 16,000 fans for their first home opener, they did ultimately drop the game 3-0 to the defending champions Minnesota. The Torrent now 0-1-1. Kelly Panic scored twice for the Frost. Grace Umwickle added a power play goal late in the third period. The Torrent do have 4 more games at home before they head on the road again. They will play the New York Sirens on Wednesday night. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. But first up, Megan Carter on defense, talking with our crew just after they wrapped up practice today.
Any players that inspire you?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big pillars of my game is playing physically, and I think that's just developed over time. Just being a big body, a strong person out there, you know, it kind of just happened. And I watch players, honestly, you can just look to our team, like players like Rowney, Wilgren, like they're all players that play that way, and they're players who I've watched for many years, and I think they're very successful at it, so I like to kind of follow in those footsteps.
So last season, I don't think you started. You had an injury to start the season. Is that correct? So how does it feel being able to get like a full off season and training camp before starting the season?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, any opportunity you get to really start from ground zero again in the summer and really progress your way up to feel ready to go for training camp, and like you said, to have a full training camp experience with all my teammates and really get to know them, that's obviously a huge benefit. Last year, you know, when you're returned to play ice, you're kind of missing some players, and you're on the ice when they're off the ice and vice versa. So it's just much easier to make connections, and I think that in the long run will be great.
And I want to ask you about sort of discipline, right? Discipline physicality. So some of the things I noticed from looking at your last season was you didn't have too many penalty minutes given your reputation. And also you seem to do a good job of not being distracted into being purely physical. You keep your eye on the puck, you stay situationally aware. How do you build that into your game? Saw you sort of maybe working on that in practice, but are there any... Is it just focus, or is it something you have?
I think definitely focus is a big aspect of it. Obviously, we're playing hockey, so the first thing you want to do is develop a good IQ and be aware of the play around you. Being physical is a huge benefit, and it kind of just plays into the routes that you take and where you're supposed to be at the right time and things like that. So it kind of just all falls together.
You mentioned a few other defenders on this roster. I know Emily Brown, I think in particular, said she's happy to play with you and not against you anymore. Just what has it been like working with this blue line as the season kicks off?
Oh, it's been awesome. There's such a variety of people and talent, and we've become very close, and we always pick each other's brains, and it's just nice to get different perspectives on how to play different situations, and I think everyone is good at bringing everyone else up, and so I'm excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, and I want to ask about the last game. Sort of at the end, there was a lot of additional physicality that was going on between you and it looked like the Frost bench. How much of that naturally developed during the game, or is any of that like residual animosity from the playoffs last year?
No, I mean, this league is fast and physical, and things develop and they happen before you even know it, and that was just one of those plays. When you play physical, things like that kind of follow you, and I just like to, welcome that physical game and appreciate when our competitors also play that way.
All right, so that was Carter talking a little bit about the style of play. Of course, the big storyline that we've been hearing so much about, less about what happened on the ice and more about just the support that this team had a chance to witness. 16,000 plus fans in the stands for that. Yes, they dropped the game 3-0 to the defending champions, but they actually beat the record that was about 2 years old and beat it by around 2,000 people in the stands. Not a sellout by any means. They could still cram maybe another 1,000 butts into seats there at Climate Pledge Arena, but a good showing for Seattle. The team actually put this out online saying, quote, "Today was all for you, Seattle. Wasn't the outcome we wanted, but we felt all 16,014 of you all game long. Thanks for making history with us." And on that note, we should say that head coach Stephen O'Rourke did like what he saw out of the club. While they didn't get the outcome that they wanted after getting that tie in the very first game of the season, he was quick to note that they saw improvements week to week, talking a little bit about what he saw from the women on the ice. Is I like a lot of things we did tonight, much better from Vancouver to tonight. I know the result wasn't what we want, but this is going to be a journey for us. There's way less inconsistency tonight than what we had against Vancouver. We were more consistent to our identity, and we just got to keep building on that. So much more to keep an eye on with this team as we move forward. All right. That is just some of the stories that we're going to be covering here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We will be back in a little bit, but for now we're going to hand you back off to the feed. These are stories happening in and around the Pacific Northwest.
The ice after giving it a try. Want to say hello to Patrick Bannon, the CEO with the Bellevue Downtown Association. And Patrick, tell us a little bit about why this holiday tradition is so important to your organization.
Well, thanks for being here, Sean. This is 9,000 square feet of real ice here in downtown Bellevue in the downtown park. And the wonderful part about it is the tradition that it has built over time. And it's just a great festive holiday activity that you can bring the family or you can come out by yourself and just have a great time this holiday season.
And in addition to being CEO, Patrick is very talented on the ice. He is on skates right now. We want to also say hello to Lydia O'Brien. She is one of the skate coaches here. And this year, if you want to get some free group lessons, you can do exactly that. Lydia, tell us how that works if you're looking to get some of those free group lessons.
Yes, absolutely. So the free group lessons, which are sponsored by Microsoft, are most Mondays and Thursdays throughout the season. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays are 5:30 to 7:30, and Wednesdays are 7:30 to 9:30 in the evening.
And you've been coaching here for 3 years. What is it that you like so much about the experience and the family moment that many people get to enjoy here?
I think the Bellevue rink is just amazing because it makes skating so accessible to everyone. It's right here, conveniently located in the Bellevue Downtown Park, and you can come in at any time.
Awesome. Well, Lydia, thanks so much for being here with us. We want to ask Patrick one more question because we know in addition to having this be a great experience for all ages, this is also possibly a great gift for someone during the holiday season.
It's a great gift. We have a season pass that cuts the cost down if you want to come more than once or a few times. And really, we're so grateful for this community that supports this event. Great companies like Symetra and others who just continue to sponsor and make this possible for the entire community. It's just unbelievable, and we love doing it every year.
Well, Patrick and Lydia, thank you so much for being with us. This is really a great tradition that has continued for 28 years, and you can be a part of it as well. Guys, back to you.
I think when I walked in and saw all the people here, my heart instantly got full, and I thought, you know what? This is what life is about. This is what community is about, and this is what love is.
Today, the holiday season is kicking off here at the Alderwood Mall, and there's a wonderful group called the Giving Machine.
It does something to my heart that I like.
There's a number of different charities where people can come to the mall here and donate to those charities. And Toys for Kids, our Toys for Kids charity, is one of the charities where fans and people, when they come shopping here at Alderwood Mall, can donate to Toys for Kids and the others as well.
100% of the proceeds go directly to the organization. So if you buy music therapy classes, it provides music therapy for that organization. If you provide a meal, it provides a meal for families. If you provide anything in the Giving Machine, it provides an opportunity for that organization to reap the reward of your donation.
We used to have pigs and goats. I don't see any pigs and goats this year.
Let's do some chicken.
We're very grateful. It's an honor to be included in the Giving Machine. It's such an easy machine. You know, it's at the mall. Everybody's shopping anyways. Here's a really simple, quick and easy way to be able to help somebody.
Here's the really good news about the Giving Machine. This year they have a digital option, so you can literally see all the organizations up top. I'm going to select my personal favorite, and I'm going to go right down here. And then it gives you the 5 different opportunities that we have to give. I'm going to give a music therapy class. And then you go right over here to the cart. There it is.
For me, it started with my mom and dad. They taught me to, if I ever got to the point in my life to give back, it's important to leave this place a lot better than you found it.
The Giving Machine to me is kind of a vending machine of hope.
It's great to receive, but it's a heck of a lot more to give to people in need, and that's why we're here.
You want to make a difference in someone's life and let them know that you're caring for them and there's somebody out there that can help you. That's kind of what brings me together, brings my family here, and wants to contribute and help people.
And I think oftentimes it's hard. We get caught up in the craziness of the holidays, and the Giving Machine is a true opportunity to give from your heart. There's going to be something in this machine, I promise, that will speak to you. To come to something like this gives you an opportunity to feel love, feel hope, and remember that there's good in all of us, and I think it's an opportunity that you all should take advantage of and come on down.
Hey there, I'm Chief Meteorologist Brian McMillan. Let's get to your forecast. So we'll start with your futurecast. I expect some showers today here and there. We'll see a little bit of snow up in the mountains, and some of those showers could result in snow east of the Cascades as well. By the 5 o'clock hour, we'll see those showers build up. There's going to be a lot more dry time today than there will be wet time, though. And then heading into the overnight period, you'll notice, yes, more shower activity. It will be a little bit warmer overnight than we were this morning. So I'm not expecting any lowland snow coming up here over the next 24 hours. Those snow levels, though, they're going to be bouncing between about 3,000 and 4,000 feet all the way through Thursday. And we'll see those rise as we get into next weekend, especially there on Friday. Highs today topping out only in the mid-40s. Going to be cloudy and cool with increasing showers. I'm expecting tomorrow to be back into the mid-40s. And again, a little bit warmer of an evening. And then we'll see those temps back down into the 30s as we get into Wednesday and Thursday morning. Right now, Friday looking like our wettest day coming up over the next week. But yes, you notice things are really starting to cool off now that we finally reached December. Have a great day.
It's a Sunday morning in November. The rain has just moved out and the clouds are lingering.
Upon arrival at our final destination, all passengers must disembark the vessel.
As people board the ferry from Edmonds to Kingston. But for the Hudson family, this ferry ride is a ride that will stay with them long after the clouds dissipate. They're giving a final farewell to Dr. Bruce Hudson and his wife Marilyn, and the water is their final resting place.
They took this ferry route between Edmonds and Kingston countless times.
It was their final wish to be cremated and have their ashes spread in these waters. It's a memorial service that Washington State Ferry says is available to anyone on any day of the week. Zale Noah is the customer programs coordinator.
Typically, the family gathers on the car deck and the captain makes an announcement, blows the horn, and the ferry stops for a few minutes before the release of the urn. It means a lot to people to do something and honor their family in a way that's uniquely Washington and close to their hearts, especially if they're from the area.
With their flowers in hand, the loved ones of Marilyn and Bruce waited as the engines quieted, and then it was time.
So Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, Great-Grandma and Great-Grandpa, we who send you off have so much gratitude for all you poured into our lives.
This is their son, Rick.
Let the gentle rocking of the ocean carry you away. You are loved, you are cherished, you are deeply missed.
And then with each of their kids holding the biodegradable urn, they let go. And watched as their parents' ashes became one with the Puget Sound, embracing and holding each other as they stared out at the water.
Yeah, it was sad to kind of see my parents sink down into the water, but also glad they both had great lives.
Rick says he's now imagining all of the places they'll go.
It's kind of nice to think I can dip my toe into any body of water and it'll be sort of connected somehow to, where we drop them in.
A sentiment shared by their eldest granddaughter, Erica.
It's lovely, and to know that we can come back and take this ferry again, and it will always have such a special place in our hearts as well. It is really special.
Washington State Ferries say they do about 2 to 3 of these types of memorials a week during the colder months, but closer to 7 of them a week during the warmer seasons. Loved ones say Bruce and Marilyn were warm, caring, and kind, and they lived long and full lives.
They were kind of our guiding stars.
I mean, we'll miss them, so that's the hard part, right? They're not around, but I'm glad we were able to do this for them and for all of us, really.
And as the sound of the horn traveled across the water, one by one, Bruce and Marilyn's kids and grandkids threw flowers overboard. One final goodbye. The family tells me Bruce just turned 100 years old this past June, which was wonderful because the whole family was there and able to share their happiest memories alongside him. They also say the couple spent decades sailing in the Puget Sound, as well as all over the world in places like Hawaii, Tonga, and the British Virgin Islands. And we know this memorial service is a private moment, and we want to thank the Hudson family for allowing us to be a part of it. In the newsroom, Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
And our partners come together.
Kurt Wilson has been executive director of Yakima's Downtown Association for nearly 3 years. That's 3 years of holiday joy.
One of the best parts of me is to see the community down here appreciate the tree. It's always funny to see the reaction. The 7th, we'll have the lighted parade, and this will all be lit up, and then we'll light the big tree at the same time, and we'll have Christmas carols and music and fun, and a good time will be had by all.
Wilson says the partnerships between Downtown Association, Russell Crane, Carol Crane, and Heavy Hauling embodies what Yakima is about: community.
It's just people coming together, trying to do good things and making it happen. And so the holidays are always a special time.
Hi, I'm Maria.
I'm John. And I'm Chuck.
And we're with the
Good Day Giving Crew. All right, who are we surprising?
We are surprising a deserving person in our community. Her name is Megan.
She's had a hard way to go. She's really worked hard in her community to try to help people, and she's struggling. She's a single mom. She lost it was her dream job. It was a nonprofit she worked for with federal funding cuts. So yeah, they closed that whole nonprofit down.
Hi.
Is that her? That's her.
Oh, the camera's rolling, everybody. Megan, come over here, girl. How are ya? Do you know why we're here today? I think so. Oh my goodness. Well, we are with the Good Day Giving Crew.
And we got some stuff for you guys. Just something to get through Thanksgiving, all the fixings here.
Yeah, and a little something extra courtesy of Chuck.
My friend of mine, we got $500 worth of gift cards. Secret.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks for all the hard work you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Your mom says you're very deserving, and we're just glad to play a little part.
No. You are doing great, and we are so happy to be able to do just a small thing that can maybe lighten the load a little bit.
Heck, thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you surprised?
Yes.
You know, as a single mom, it's been really challenging. You know, everything that I do goes into him and my community. Still active in the community, and, you know, I hope for more people to get things like this, because when you put so much in and feel like you don't get anything out, it's a challenge. So.
You also had a bit of bad luck with your vehicle. Tell us a little bit about what happened there.
My vehicle was totaled by another driver. And, you know, I am a struggling parent, so having the finances to get the car replaced was really challenging. So this is going to be amazing for us, because I wasn't even sure if we were going to be able to swing Thanksgiving dinner this year. So.
Of course. Get in here, Chuck.
All right, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. I'm Matthew Smith. Do want to let you know we are tracking some breaking news here inside the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. We got word that there is a lockdown currently in Burien at the Highline High School. Let me try to share my screen with you here in just a second. We having some issues pulling up that screen, so give me 1 second and I'll pull it up at a different screen for you as I walk you through what we're dealing with down there in Burien. So the notice they put out online reads, lockdown, Highline High School HHS is currently in lockdown. Students remain safe and are being supervised in the gym. Dismissal will be delayed until law enforcement has completed their search and they can share that we can begin releasing students. Let me pull that up on your screen for you now so you see what I'm seeing. They note, HHS is a large campus and thorough search takes time. We will share dismissal details when they are confirmed. Please continue to stay away from the school and monitor your email for ongoing updates. The safety and well-being of your child is top priority. They also just recently updated this saying, we're aware of online rumors about an active shooter. We want to clearly state that there is no active shooter at HHS, but the school was placed in lockdown while reported threat is investigated. They continue, please do not come to the school. Students and staff remain safe and continue to follow lockdown procedures. Students are being brought to the gym where they will be supervised by staff. And they've just posted one more update. Again, they've said that this is not an active shooter, but they said they're collaborating with local law enforcement, most likely King County Sheriff's deputies. And they said that all student and staff are following emergency protocols. Once again, writing, do not call or come to the school. So we, of course, will be working the phone lines trying to get you guys more information about what exactly is going on there. I will let you know that the latest update I have from our assignment desk is that we have reached out to the King County Sheriff's Office. Again, they are stressing the folks not to be calling the school, not to arrive at the school, but Highline High School in Burien is on lockdown and continues to be so, and they're actually warning people to avoid the area while also stating that this is not an active shooter situation. So as soon as we learn more information from the King County Sheriff's Office, we will update you here on the Fox Local Live Desk. For now, though, I'm going to hand you back off to our news feed. We're going to interrupt and jump right back in where we left off. I apologize for jumping in the middle of a story, but we'll get you back there situated, and we'll check in just a little bit. Fox 13 meteorologist Alona McCauley, and as we get updates on this lockdown in Burien, we'll update you right here. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Of their regular season. And it was Oregon who got on the board first. Dante Moore and Noah Whittington running the speed option. He gets down to the goal line, a gain of 17 yards. And then it's Moore who finishes it off with the touchdown run, putting the Dogs in a 10-0 hole early in the second quarter. But the Huskies would get on the board right before the half. Damon Williams finding Desmond Roebuck for 2 chunk plays to get down to the goal line. Then he hits Denzel Boston, his favorite target, on the slant for 6 and makes it a 1-possession game heading into the half. After a pair of Oregon field goals, Damon Williams comes up clutch in the fourth quarter. 4th down in the red zone, need to have it. He finds Boston again for the touchdown. It cuts the lead to 5, keeps the Huskies in it with 9 minutes to go. But the Ducks would answer quickly. Just 59 seconds later, Dante Moore finds Malik Benson over the middle, and he is gone. 64 yards to the house. It puts the Ducks up 26-14, and that's how it would end. Oregon beats UW for the 2nd year in a row and solidifies their spot in the college football playoff, while the Dogs finish the regular season at 8-4.
We had a lot of nice steps. You know, I really do. I think that from where we were a year ago to where we are today, we've really done a nice job of becoming a better team. Now, to become the best team in the Big Ten, you've got to beat Ohio State, Michigan, and Oregon. And, we did not do that.
So the Huskies improved by 2 games in year 2 under head coach Jed Fish, and now the question is whether there will be a year 3. His alma mater, Florida, is currently without a head coach, and Fish's name has come up as a potential option. But for now, the Huskies will wait to find out who they will play in their bowl game to finish out the 2025 season. From Mon Lake, Ethan McReynolds, Fox 13 Sports.
Inside the Bethlehem Lutheran Church, you'll find the Marysville Cold Weather Shelter. Volunteers are getting ready to open the doors Friday night.
We have cots that we use, and then we put memory foam toppers on them, and then sheets, blankets, and pillows for our guests.
When the temperatures dip to 34 degrees or below, Director Nathan Ray says this shelter in Marysville, along with 6 others in Snohomish County, are able to start welcoming those in search of a warm place for the night, along with their pets. He adds normally by this time of the year, the shelter would have already been open 15 to 20 days, but it's been a warm start to November.
Snohomish County recognizes that even at 34 degrees and prolonged exposure, people's thought their mental capacity as well as their physical capacity starts to get affected, and that puts them at even greater risk of illness, of injury, and even of death. And we don't want any of that.
In addition to a bed, each guest will also get a warm meal, a necessary resource as the county provided more than 6,400 beds for those in need last winter. But Ray says they still need support. And that support can come in the form of food and water donations or warm clothing. He says without it, pantries like this will be empty within days.
This isn't a one-time emergency where something catastrophic happened. Instead of it's that slow-moving lifetime emergency that people just really need that hand up.
Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Well, hi there, everyone, from the Fox Local Live Desk. I'm meteorologist Ilona McCauley. Hope you're having a great Monday. Hard to get back to work and school after enjoying the long holiday Thanksgiving weekend. And travel conditions were pretty good, both by the roads and by the air here in parts of western Washington. We are gearing up for some slight changes in that forecast for the upcoming week. That starts today with some slight rainfall chances by the time we get into the evening hours. Let's take a live look outside right now over Mount Rainier. Beautiful conditions out there right now. You can see some of those higher level and mid-level clouds pushing in. This is going to be ahead of that weak disturbance that we're tracking, but nonetheless going to make for a really nice shot out there currently. The mountain passes are looking pretty good. So we've got cloudy skies both at Stevens and Snoqualmie Pass, so no issues over the roadways right now. They are all bare at this point in time. Temperatures are slightly above freezing both at White Pass as well as at Snoqualmie Pass, and we're going to start to see just a few snow flurries there at Stevens Pass by the time we get into later this afternoon and evening. So if skiers and snowboarders are chomping at the bit, getting ready to try to see the opening of the ski season there at some of our area resorts, this is the average dates typically that tends to happen. Mount Baker usually opens right around December 3rd, Stevens Pass shortly thereafter at December 8th, and the summit at Snoqualmie typically ends up opening right around December 12th. So we just got to get a bit more snow up there at some of those locations, and we'll be keeping a close eye on that and letting you know when some of those opening dates will be officially announced. Here's a look at those current temperatures right now. A noticeable chill in the air from over the weekend and starting off your week as well, with freezing conditions up at Omak. We are at 30 right now in Spokane and Pullman. 36 degrees in the Tri-Cities, and you can see you got low 40s from Bellingham all the way into Seattle there, with the mid 40s at 45 degrees. Your Doppler radar continues to show that band of some showers beginning to push into parts of Skagit-Whatcom County. We do have some heavier downpours of rain associated with them as well. We'll start to see those fill into some of our island communities. It's been raining relatively steadily, although fairly light there in parts of Port Angeles. This whole system will start to push into the Puget Sound lowlands here by about the time that you make the commute home from work today. Here is a look at the futurecast, timing that out just a bit more for you. So by the time we get into about 3:30 or so, likely going to start to see some light rain in and around Seattle. Those clouds are already darkening as we speak. As far as the high elevation snow, we are talking about 1 to 3 inches possible. Snow levels will be hovering right around 3,500 feet. Tomorrow morning, the rain is going to start to break apart, and then we're going to decrease the clouds and see some sunnier skies by the time we get into the later part of the afternoon and into late Tuesday night, clear skies. Overnight tonight, not quite as chilly or frosty. We're going to be in the upper 30s with the additional cloud cover moving in Everett, upper 30s as well in Bellingham, right about 40 degrees in Seattle and 38 degrees in Olympia. Checking out your forecast for tomorrow, upper 40s in the lowlands and the foothills, about 35 or so with some morning snow showers possible up in the mountain passes. Central Washington looking great with temperatures right around 41 degrees for that high. All right, we're going to continue to monitor that increasing chance for those showers. We'll have another weather update for you coming up at about 3:30 and another live look at the Doppler radar as we're likely going to start to see some light rainfall here in parts of the Seattle metro locations. For now, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with some more of the day's headlines with Matthew Smith, streaming right here on the Fox Local Live app. Stay with us.
This was coming in from Burien, and we now have some more information. All right, welcome back in, everybody. Matthew Smith from the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom. Once again, jumping in. Apologize, had a little bit of a weird reaction there, jumping back in here. But meteorologist Alon McCauley was just with you guys, walking you through the details of what's going on with our weather picture. Want to jump back into this conversation we were having about this lockdown in Burien at a high school. Do want to let you know we have a crew en route right now, so we hope to get you more information about this story. But right now, parents and loved ones are being told not to come to the school. Highline High School currently on lockdown. On your screen right now is the school website. If you were to go there right now, you would see the same thing. I'll scroll all the way down. They first started talking about this around 1:30, and they did post that while they know that there are some concerns and that people have started spreading a rumor online that there was an active shooter, that is not the case. In fact, just before I last left you guys, we were chatting a little bit about how we were going to have our team digging into this, trying to get you guys more information, and that we would update you as soon as those details came in. We have since gotten a chance to get some of that information here, so let me just pull up some of the details that our crew just handed off. This is coming in from our assignment desk moments ago. Public Information Officer with the King County Sheriff's Office let us know that the Highline High School went into lockdown just before 1 after reports of a person with a weapon inside the school. So they went into lockdown over a concern that somebody had a weapon. It sounds like that weapon was a gun because they note that no shots were fired, but students were assaulted, possibly pistol whipped is the information we're getting. So do not know the full details of this, but deputies are said to be combing the entire school and the surrounding areas. No additional students hurt. But they believe 3 people are in custody at this point. So that gets you some more background into this situation. Again, that will pop back up on your screen here. What's going on here? We now know the school is in lockdown. Students are being supervised inside the gym, and all parents are being asked to basically avoid coming to the area. They're not releasing the students at this time. They write HHS is a large campus and a thorough search takes place. We will share dismissal details when they are confirmed. So when we first read that, you might have been a little confused, like, well, what are you searching for? We now understand that multiple students were pistol whipped by the sounds of it, assaulted but not shot. These are, again, preliminary details coming in. And we're hearing, or it's written here, that you should monitor your email for ongoing updates. And this is the part I do want to draw attention to just because I know people will be immediately asking. I know I mentioned it, but I'll just highlight it on your screen here. They say, we are aware of online rumors about an active shooter. We want to clearly state that there is no active shooter at HHS. So if there's any good news here, that would be it. All right, we're going to take a moment to toss you back over to the Fox Local Live Desk feed. This is going to be a story coming in from Fox 13's Sabira Rayford. We'll jump in progress, talking about some tech from Sabira Rayford with a familiar name, the Pacific Northwest, talking a little bit about what's going on with the Gates Foundation.
Backstage, the Seattle freeze was nowhere to be felt. Instead, Seattle area native Phoebe Gates and Sophia Kiani are helping thaw the perspective on female friends turned tech co-founders.
I said you guys pair so well together. You guys are like just bounce off each other. Where does that energy come from?
From living in a box together when we were roommates at Stanford.
You could call it a perfect fit. They share a love for fashion, global activism, and advocacy. Phoebe interning with partners in health in Rwanda, working on healthcare initiatives for the developing country. Sophia, an Iranian-American who became the youngest United Nations advisor in U.S. history. Still, they believe
it was a random pairing.
That random pairing led to a class project, a blossoming friendship, a mutual commitment to sustainability in fashion, and the discovery of Fia, an AI shopping agent named after the pair. it also came with a cast of doubt.
When we were at Stanford and we first told people, when we were roommates together and everyone was like, oh great, you guys are best friends, that's fine and dandy. But when we flipped to this, we're gonna actually start a business together, I had multiple professors pull me aside and say, oh, you shouldn't do that. Like, it'll immediately, blow up in flames because you two both are, extroverted people, you both are alphas. And I think it's kind of funny because the reality is, like, we have seen so few women IPO a company. Less than 2% of VC funding goes to, two female founders or a solo female founded business. That to me is absolutely criminal.
Let's take a closer look at those numbers. According to a 2025 report by Founders Forum Group, out of the $289 billion of venture capital invested globally in 2024, female-only founded teams received $6.7 billion. So, female-founded companies received 2.3% of capital, even though they represented 6.4% of the market. And the size of the deals paled in comparison to their male counterparts. The average deal size for female-only founded companies was $5.2 million, while male-only founded companies on average receive more than double the funding at $11.7 million.
It's really important to realize it's very hard to be something that you cannot see.
We see those people, whether that's, Instagram being created, TikTok, those people are actually creating new world visions. So if only 2% of that is going towards female founders, then we're not seeing all these incredible world visions that women have coming to life. The flip side of thinking about that is an incredible market opportunity. Think about how many different pain points there are in the female consumer journey.
And that's part of how FIA was born.
Essentially, as you're shopping, it helps you understand, should you buy the item that you're looking at, or does a better option exist?
They say the idea is to shop trending styles and deals across more than 40,000 sites. It uses artificial intelligence to compare the resale value of an item, track shoppers' purchase history, and then it makes recommendations based on the customer's shopping patterns.
That's where we move towards like discovery, where we'll be able to have like a digital closet for our users in the app.
Since launching in April of 2025, the app has garnered more than 700,000 users. This after $8 million was raised in a seed round of funding led by venture capital firm Kleiner Perkins. The fashion app also got investments from notable names like Kris Jenner, Hailey Bieber, and Spanx founder Sarah Blakely.
Obviously, your name, your last name carries a lot of weight. What's it been like trying to mend and mold your own path?
I think honestly, having my last name is a huge privilege. I mean, my college was absolutely paid for it. That was something I never had to consider. I knew my parents would support me no matter what I did. And so I think it's really important to say, like, yeah, carving my own path is important, but it comes with so much privilege for me to have that last name, right? And people are willing to, take conversations with me where if I didn't have that last name, they probably wouldn't, let's be honest.
But after graduating from Stanford in 3 years with a degree in human biology and a minor in African studies while launching FIA, Phoebe says her work ethic and dedication to making the company a success speaks for itself.
The reality is, like, our metrics and our numbers of retention of once you are using our product for 2 months, do you still use FIA every single time you go shopping? That can't be melded by having a last name or having a parents with a legacy. Building a real product that's actually sticky, I mean, the numbers do not lie. And so for me, it's really about focusing on that. That's really core.
They both say it's also important to have the right people by your side.
I think I got really lucky, right? I grew up in Seattle where this is going. So I had some great friends from there who have always stuck with me. And the reality is, keep the people that you're close with, you trust them.
From friends to founders, like their sense of fashion, Phoebe and Sophia's business relationship is proving to be more classic than fad. Two women working to open the floodgates to help women in tech rise to the top.
More women need to have audacity and to feel like they are actually able to contribute and to go after these things that, like Phoebe was alluding to, have quite frankly really been dominated by men. And the fact that such few women are going out to try and raise venture funding, to try and build these companies, it really means we need to start with the basics of education and also having more women feel like they can be supported and that they have other women that they can rely on who can help propel them forward.
In April, Sophia and Phoebe joined Alex Cooper's Unwell Network, launching a podcast called The Burnouts. The duo describes it as a career survival guide, speaking to entrepreneurs, celebrities, and other notable guests about their biggest lessons learned in life and business.
Here's everything I tried at the Seattle Christmas Market for less than $65.
If you go towards the nighttime, you might not get things that you want, and you waste time standing in line.
The best part is knowing that there are attractions in the market as well, such as the carousel.
The Seattle Christmas Market is back, and depending on who you ask, it's either a winter wonderland or a holiday headache.
The lines were long. Luckily, it was a Sunday, so parking is free. Otherwise, you have to pay for parking. It is $20 to enter. A lot of things get sold out pretty quickly.
Visitors in 2022 and 2023 complain about three things: long entrance lines, packed walkways, and high prices that make your wallet flinch.
We started off with a hot beverage that came free with our date night package. Then we got some potato pierogies and chicken dumplings that were Ukrainian. I'd give both items a 10 out of 10. They were so delicious. A little pricey, but still worth it.
Last year, entrance fees were $19.99 or $35.99 for a seasonal pass. Taxes and fees not included. Fast forward to 2025. The market leadership heard you, and they're trying to get off the naughty list with a new happy hour.
Overall pricing has been adjusted so that it's affordable for everyone. Most of our time slots are actually just $7.
$7 will get you in, but the hot chocolate, that's gonna cost ya.
Trying the food at the Seattle Christmas Market Part 1. Peppermint hot chocolate.
Only $10.95 and a personal fave for this visitor. Vendors have dropped their prices too. While food is still a treat, some say it's no longer in sticker shock territory.
We just ate everything in the market, from apple cider to a pretzel to paella. It was crazy in the best way. But our tickets were $7 a person to get in, which gave us more room to buy gifts and food at the market and really talk to all of these incredible vendors.
Two holiday goers shared their itemized receipts. They spent $51.89 on entrances, hot chocolate, pierogies, and hot mulled wine.
Some of my most exciting moments are when I see people out here enjoying the food, the lights, the experience overall, and just stand back and watch, and that makes me very happy.
Opinions are all over the place. It just depends on what you're looking for. It's one of those things you may just have to see for yourself.
Heard a lot of people say that the Christmas market isn't worth it, and although it is super pricey, I would say that it is. We had a great time and got to try lots of delicious food.
Well, today in Seattle, we'll have just about 9 hours of daylight as we get more into the big dark. On the shortest day of the year, we'll have less than 8.5 hours between sunrise and sunset. And with shorter days and cooler temperatures, you might notice a change in your mood. And joining us now with tips on boosting your mood during the big dark is Dr. Ramanpreet Tour, a psychiatrist at UW Medicine. Dr. Tour, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Bill.
And so let's talk about the big dark and what causes our mood to dip in the wintertime. I think I have a sneaking suspicion.
So big dark is changes in mood with seasonal changes, and people can develop spectrum of symptoms, from mild symptoms of feeling more tired, increase in appetite, to extreme on the spectrum is seasonal affective disorder, and most common affective disorder we talk about is winter depression during winter.
And so how do our minds and bodies react to the big dark? What's causing that?
So we actually don't know exactly what causes such changes in mood, but there are multiple hypotheses. The common one is the circadian rhythm changes with the change in the light exposure, daylight exposure. So decrease in light kind of makes people more tired and higher risk of sadness and depression.
And so what tips do you have for folks that want to boost our mood during the wintertime?
So depending on the symptoms, if they're mild to moderate symptoms, I would recommend behavioral changes. Get out there, get exposure to the light, go out for a walk, even if it's a cloudy day. If you're indoors, turn on the lights during the day, get more exposure to light. So that's one thing I would really emphasize in wintertime. And the other thing is more taking care of yourself, exercising, aerobic exercise like walk, jogging, get into that spin class if you've been thinking about it. Eating healthy, even though it's very tempting and feel the need to eat more carbs, but keep an eye on that and focusing on healthy eating. And last but not the least, keep that sleep-wake cycle same. So sleeping at the same time and trying to wake up at the same time. These are tips I would highly, highly recommend to follow during the winters to minimize the impact of changes in the daylight on your mood.
So if we feel like we're really impacted by the big dark and these tips don't seem to be working, when should we seek help?
So I always say if the behavior modification and changes in lifestyle doesn't help and it feels like your functioning is impacted, which we call as, that time we'll call it a seasonal affective disorder, that time go and talk to your doctor, go and talk to your primary care doctor, get evaluated for, if it's seasonal affective disorder and get treated for that.
And so how would the therapist deal with a situation like that?
So if you start with the primary care doctor, there are different treatment options. So one of the common ones for specifically for seasonal affective disorder, specifically winter depression, is light therapy. So that's most evidence-based treatment. And there are also evidence for antidepressant treatments and psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, or behavioral activation to structure more activities during the day. So there are various treatments based on how you are struggling or what symptoms are most bothersome for you.
Great advice, Dr. Ramanpreet Tour. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me, Bill.
Hey guys, we've had a great time here at the Bellevue downtown.
Hey, welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk, everybody. Matthew Smith here, as always. Now, We told you guys just a little bit ago about that lockdown at the high school in Burien. We do have a positive news update here. We are understanding or getting word now that that lockdown has lifted. Now, if you weren't with us earlier today when we first started reporting about this, there was a little bit of a concern because there had been this uproar online. Folks had started talking about whether or not there was an active shooter situation. King County Sheriff's Office tamping down on that right away, saying that this was not a concern of that. The school put out some details basically saying, hey, we know those rumors are floating around online, but this is not an active shooter situation. We've since learned that it actually sounds more like somebody may have been pistol whipping individuals on campus and that there were some injuries tied to this. Now, we did just have a viewer send in this video showing you the large police response out there. Again, this is in Burien at Highline High School. Our understanding now is that the lockdown has lifted, meaning folks can get back into the area. But look at just the sheer number of sheriff's deputies that are out there on the ground. Again, our understanding is that they were going to have to comb the area and basically look for that potential person. I hesitate to call them a gunman, but had a gun by the understanding of it that we have, but didn't actually fire it. Again, this is a lockdown that took quite a bit of time. The first initial appearance of anything going on there at Highline High School was around 1:35 when they said they were investigating the report of a threat and that they were responding with law enforcement and that all student and staff were under emergency protocols. Around 2:20, we started getting a little bit of a better idea of what those emergency protocols were. That included all of those individuals going into the gymnasium, which is where they were being watched after while those investigators, all those flashing lights that you saw in that video there, were going around that area trying to find where those people were. It's our understanding that there are potentially people that were taken into custody. We will continue to work to get more information on that. We do have crews in the way. The latest information I have, reading here from some of the notes sent in from our assignment desk moments ago, this is information that came in the past 1 minute. King County Sheriff's Office telling us investigation of felony assault of one student and a firearm was involved, but the firearm was not discharged. Multiple suspects involved, 3 in custody at this point, and they add, confirmed the school is safe, no suspects on campus, and the school is no longer in lockdown. So that is the latest information coming in after we first got word that there was going to be a lockdown there at Highline. We should be getting new sound coming in, we're told. We have a photographer on the ground right now. We do have a reporter kind of working their way down there, so you can expect more updates on Seattle news tonight throughout the night on this situation. But we will continue to move forward here on the Fox Local Live Desk, and as we get some of that sound, we will jump back in and let you know what is going on. For now, more news from the Fox 13 feed.
Bit of snow up in the mountains, and some of those showers could result in snow east of the Cascades as well. By the 5 o'clock hour, we'll see those showers build up. There's going to be a lot more dry time today than there will be wet time, though. And then heading into the overnight period, you'll notice, yes, more shower activity. It will be a little bit warmer overnight than we were this morning. So I'm not expecting any lowland snow coming up here over the next 24 hours. Those snow levels, though, they're going to be bouncing between about 3,000 and 4,000 feet all the way through Thursday. And we'll see those rise as we get into next weekend, especially.
All right, jumping right back in here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We actually just got a feed coming in from our reporter on the ground. Let's jump right in as the King County Sheriff's Office is giving us an update about this lockdown in Burien.
ATT, I'm a sergeant with King County Sheriff's Office. I work out of Southwest Precinct.
So what happened here today?
Today, Burien deputies were dispatched to a felony assault that happened here at Highline High School. When they arrived, the school was already on lockdown, and they discovered that a firearm was involved but not discharged. The assault happened in the parking lot on campus but not inside the school. The victim had a minor injury that did not require any kind of medical treatment, and 3 of the known suspects are in custody, and we're investigating if there's any other suspects involved. but the school has been swept and is safe. Deputies are still on scene, gathering evidence and gathering video evidence and that sort of thing. Students have been released from school. I think that's it.
Did you all find the gun?
They're still looking for those things and investigating it.
What are the age of the people in custody?
Under 18.
Are they students here?
3 are.
Of the people in custody?
Yes.
The victim also a student?
Yes.
Could you go over the times of when, I don't know if you know exactly when it was.
I can check that on the computer for you if you want,
yeah.
but it was around noon.
Okay.
So.
How many deputies or other police officers were here?
So we had Burien deputies arrive. We had unincorporated King County deputies arrive from White Center and Skyway. We had SeaTac deputies arrive. We had Sound Transit deputies arrive on scene, and we also had Metro deputies helping us out.
When this kind of call comes in, I mean, gun at a school, whether it's fired or not, how do you all handle that kind of?
Exactly like we did today. The school does their job, and they did it well today. You can talk to them about that. But basically, they put their school and their classrooms on lockdown and keep their kids in a safe place. And then we come in and start methodically investigating and searching. And things worked out. Today, no one was injured. So just the minor injuries of the victim from the initial assault.
Yeah. Do you all know what led up to the assault?
That's being investigated right now.
And you said it happened on campus, just not inside a building?
In a parking lot on campus.
In a parking lot.
Yeah.
So it's still school grounds?
Yes.
Which parking lot?
I don't know. Yeah.
How many parking lots are there?
More than one.
Yeah. Anything else for you?
Man, I can't think of anything else. I mean, you kind of hit everything, right? A lot of. How long was the school on lockdown? When did y'all let up?
It was on lockdown for a couple hours.
Because like when I rolled up probably 10 minutes ago, like I was seeing children leave. So
Yeah.
it's about 3 o'clock I rolled up. So on lockdown for about 3 hours, like noon-ish.
Yeah, there was a lot of logistics on our part and the school's part in play that I'm not talking about here because it's just too much. There was coordination with the school, with the parents, with the students, with the teachers, all happening at the same time that we're searching and investigating. And so we had multiple people doing multiple different things. We had multiple supervisors on scene assisting and delegating those things and working through the whole process. We had detectives on scene as well right away. I think the first initial deputies got on scene within seconds of the call. And then those other resources were there within minutes after. We're thankful that there wasn't an active shooter, and then we're thankful that there were no shots fired. God forbid those things happen. These resources would have definitely put it into that quickly.
I mean, to that point, stressful for a parent to get this text. What would you like them to know from the sheriff's office perspective about how you handle it?
Highline School is very professional, as shown today in their response to this, and that we are as well, and we take it seriously. Even though there wasn't a firearm discharged here today, just the fact that a firearm was mentioned brought in these resources. As of now, we haven't found any firearms.
But there is evidence of 3 or however many students being hit with a firearm?
One student was assaulted. There's only one victim in this.
Oh, okay.
And there's multiple suspects.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had gotten it flip-flopped.
Yep.
Okay, but there is evidence that this one student was, obviously...
I don't know if there's actual evidence. There's statements that happened. Yeah.
Any indication of what kind of firearm, pistol or otherwise?
I don't know. The detectives were talking to the victim, and so we're just getting brief information from them. Once those investigations are done, we'll have more information that's concrete and solid, and I can follow up with you and give you that information. Yeah.
I think we're good now. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so that is the latest information. That was a live interview that you were hearing from the King County Sheriff's Office. The latest information that lockdown has been lifted, kids are okay. We now know that there was one victim in this case and that there was at least statements being made that they were hit with a gun, not fired, but the early indications seem to be that somebody may have actually been pistol whipped. Again, preliminary information, that was the original reporting that we heard from the King County Sheriff's Office, was the terminology pistol whipped, and we are still trying to figure out, you heard the person there on the ground kind of hesitating to say that that's specifically what took place there, said that more investigation needed to take place, but 3 people considered suspects in this case. We know individuals were taken into custody and that they would be minors, all of them under the age of 18. This, of course, the website from Highline High School that first tipped us off that there was going to be a situation out there. This is happening in Burien right now in roughly 3 hours. You heard our photographer talking with that sheriff's deputy there, talking a little bit about what was going on. Students all had to be taken over to the gymnasium where they were being watched over by school staff. No shots fired, and they have not yet recovered a weapon. But again, the initial reporting or indication coming in is that somebody may have been pistol whipped and 3 people taken into custody. Obviously, they noted here as this took hours, the school writing HHS is a large campus and a thorough search takes time. We will share dismissal details when they are confirmed. This was a big concern at one point in time because there was questions online of whether or not this was an active shooter situation. That rumor dispelled quickly by the folks over at Highline School as they put out information. Before we wrap up, just want to remind you, we were showing you this video earlier. This came in from a viewer sent to Fox 13's David Rose. Just shows you the large police presence that was on the ground as all of this was playing out today. A lot of deputies brought in as they were trying to search not just the area surrounding the campus, but the school itself, because this happened inside of Highline School. A lot of people put on alert. This does not seem to be the first time we've had a lockdown at that school, even in the past calendar month. So a lot to pick through there. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling is going to be on the ground, and we will have more on her reporting later on tonight on Seattle News Tonight. For now, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll get caught back up with you on the other side with more news of the day. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. I'm Matthew Smith. Got a live look out there out over South Lake Union. Continuing to move along through with our news of the day. I know we were just listening in to all the latest on that lockdown that has just been lifted at Highline High School in Burien. But right now, we want to shift our attention to talk a little bit about this cold weather that we've been dealing with. We've got with us right now Galina Volchkova, the Executive Director of Housing Services with Volunteers of America Western Washington. So Galina, first and foremost, thanks for just taking some time to talk with us today.
My pleasure, thank you.
I wanted to jump in and just ask you, because I know we started to see in some locations around our area that these cold weather shelters were popping up in Snohomish and King County. I know we're talking Snohomish County. You guys are in charge of, I believe, 3 sites throughout Snohomish County. Just kind of want to get a good idea for what the need is at this point and what kind of help you guys need.
Yeah, so this cold weather season started right after Thanksgiving. On Saturday and Sunday, temperature was below 34 degrees, and all 7 cold weather shelters in Snohomish County were open. Volunteers of America Western Washington operates 4 cold weather shelters in Snohomish, Monroe, Linwood, and East Everett. And just between our 4 shelters, on Saturday we had 42 guests, and on Sunday we had 45 guests. So tonight, all shelters closed, so it's a perfect time for us to assess where we at, what needed to change, and any adjustments. And we're always looking for more volunteers to help with cooking, setting up, cleaning up our shelters, and specifically morning volunteers. For some reason, it's easier to get people to commit to volunteering from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. versus finding volunteers for the morning shifts. So I do need early birds to come and help us between 6 a.m. and 8 or 9 a.m. We also still hiring shelter staff, the shelter coordinators that work overnight. So they come at 7 p.m. and they stay at each location until 8 a.m. So these shelters funded by Snohomish County. We have some other funders, but we're always looking for donations as well. Monetary donations greatly appreciated because that way we can purchase specifically what's needed for each unique location.
Well, one thing that I noted here is that, you know, it's got to be challenging when you don't know what day you're open. So is there a certain type of flexibility you need from volunteers, or is this really come one, come all at this point?
Yeah, that's not very easy to manage, but we've got it. We have it for years, and we rely on Snohomish County, who's monitoring the weather, and we usually receive at least 48 hours notice. So we know when we're going to be open and closed. Then we have our volunteer coordinator calling our volunteers, engaging, and new volunteers can apply at our website, and our shelter manager contacting our staff to come and open the shelter. So we pretty much have 48 hours notice, but weather is unpredictable. We just rely on what's gonna happen next. We have some predictability for the next 5-7 days, and that helps. That really helps.
I think it kind of goes without saying, but I'll ask anyways, the importance of this work. For those that, you know, just think of a cold weather shelter only on the worst days, you all have a lot of work to do with this stuff, I'm sure year round. So the importance of this and why you want people to, or what you want people to think about when you're talking about what matters the most right now.
Yes, everyone deserves a roof over their head and a hot meal, especially when it's so cold outside. We all enjoy fall and winter season for holidays, visiting, and just hoping that we don't have too much snow when we need to drive. But for our unsheltered neighbors, this is the season of survival. We don't even want to imagine how it feels to be outside when these wet and windy days turning into freezing cold nights, especially when you don't have nice boots on your feet and nice warm coat on your shoulder. So that's why it's so important. Cold weather shelters providing our vulnerable residents not just the warm place to sleep and have a hot meal, Any night can be a turning point to a better future. It can be this life-changing experience, just one night. We share a lot of resources and a lot of support every night. But first, we need to save lives because nothing happens if we don't do that.
Well, and I was going over some of the figures. I know the county put out some details that countywide, you and the other groups that do a lot of this work provided over 6,000 bed nights just last year alone. So when you talk about a single night could make the difference in a life, like it really starts to hit home about all those opportunities that you guys see. Now, I know you mentioned that you need some help during the day. What if I'm hearing this for the first time? I'm hearing you speak and I say, hey, I'm in Snohomish County. Those hours work for me, whether it's the morning or it's the afternoon, and maybe I can be that square peg that fits in that hole that you guys need right now. How do you really get a start in this? What's the leaping off point, you think?
The best way would be just to sign up for volunteering at voaw.org/volunteer, our website. We have at the same website, you can find job openings, volunteer positions. You can select which location is closer, more convenient, and what kind of volunteering you're looking for. And also, donate button is still on the website. I would also recommend checking Snohomish County Public Safety Hub for cold weather shelter. It has all the locations, contact names, and phone numbers who to reach out to get more information or get involved as well.
And you know, I always like to think, you know, of if I was one of those people watching this, what if I'm a little apprehensive and I'm just not sure that I'm the right fit? What type of people are you looking for?
People with good hearts, first of all. That's all we need, and availability. I'll share why it's hard to hire staff, because this is on-call work, and it's only certain hours, and it's only when temperature drops to 34 and below, and you never know when you're going to be called to work. It could be Thanksgiving evening, it could be Christmas Eve, it could be someone's birthday, and that's why we need people. This specific time. You cannot schedule, oh, I'll be available next Wednesday afternoon. No, we need a specific time. That's why it's hard to find, and it's always last minute. When we know we open, we start gathering the information, getting in contact, and confirming everyone's availability. But pretty much be good with people, be patient, and have a good heart. That's all we need.
Well, obviously, we do hope that folks step up to the plate. This is obviously a calling for some folks, and it can really change a life, as you mentioned here. As we get ready to wrap up here, is there anything on your mind that you'd like our viewers to be thinking about when they think about the potential of volunteering themselves?
Get a hold of us, reach out, and we will do everything from our side to equip everyone with all necessary information. Also, just using this moment, I want to say a big, huge thank you to our founder, Snohomish County, and to those 4 churches that opened their hearts to partner with us. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do that. So we have Linwood Maple Park Church, Everett Our Lady of Hope Church, Snohomish Evangelical Free Church, and Monroe Seventh-day Adventist Church. We greatly appreciate our partners and volunteers. Golden. That's the gold and brilliance. That's everything that we need for our community to function and support one another.
And I should ask you one last time, do you expect to be operating this week?
Yes, not tonight, but Tuesday night. Looks like we're going to be open in Monroe and Snohomish locations at least. Tuesday night, yes.
Galina, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today. We know this is obviously the time of year where people are going to be needing that help. So thanks again for joining us. Again, for our viewers, that is the Executive Director of Housing Services, Volunteers of America, Western Washington. We'll put up on your screen just some of the shelters that they operate when those temperatures dip. These are your neighbors that are in need of help, and one way you can do so is to volunteer. We will be working on getting a web story up when we wrap things up here on the Fox Local Live Desk with some details details on how you can help, whether it's donations, whether it's volunteering. So if you want to be a part of this, again, Snohomish County as a whole, over 6,000 bed nights between all these different groups working together, and one of the biggest has been the Volunteers of America, Western Washington. All right, more news still to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. For now, we're going to take a short commercial break. We'll keep you updated on stories as they come into the Fox 13 Seattle newsroom when we come back. Ba-na-na-na-na. Welcome back in, everybody. Matthew Smith with Fox 13 Seattle. Didn't have the sound effects ready to go. My producer's cracking up over there. Welcome in. We have more news still to get to here on the Fox Local Live Desk. We are going to be hearing from head coach Mike McDonald in just a moment. He is expected to step up to the podium and kind of walk us through kind of a recap of what we saw with the Hawks taking on the Minnesota Vikings. All of a sudden, they find themselves in a real good spot. Now, if you haven't been paying close attention to this team, big things this weekend with that 26-0 dismantling of the Minnesota Vikings. You don't call it a win when you shut them out goose eggs like that. Seattle 9-3 now tied with the Rams, finding themselves in a real good position late in the season and really look strong. Obviously, you're looking at Sam Darnold. This was pregame, our team on the ground doing all that work for you guys, just kind of walking through the game. We did see this coming in from the Seattle Seahawks late Sunday, right in sleeping good tonight as they react to that 26-0 win. So some of the things that are the big takeaways right now at this point in time, defense looking really strong and looking like a team that could do some numbers in the postseason. We are also seeing edge rusher DeMarcus Lawrence doing big things for this defense. He's the one that forced that Aaron Jones fumble in the game that really kept them at 0 points scored. But no need to get the details coming in from me. It looks like we have head coach Mike McDonald speaking at the podium. Ooh. I'm going to pause that thought for a second because it looked like we flipped to black for just a second there after we first saw him on my screen here. I apologize. It looks like we might be having some technical difficulties. It looks like he's up at the podium speaking, but we just lost the picture. So while we work behind the scenes to figure that out, let me walk you through a little bit more with the game. I mentioned the defense, DeMarcus Lawrence making that big stop, forcing a fumble on Aaron Jones that could have led to some points. Vikings held to just 83 yards. And Ernest Jones IV, obviously, coming up big with that interception return, but led Seattle with 12 combined tackles and 2 interceptions. Over the past 5 games now, the Seahawks have held people to just 16 points in a game. So even if the offense isn't looking strong, Seahawks finding a way to win. They are now winners of 6 of their past 7 games. Seahawks will be hitting the road to face the Atlanta Falcons that are 4-8. That is coming up in less than a week now after the Falcons lost one of the Jets. They have lost 6 of their past 7 games. So you have 2 teams heading in opposite directions. We are going to be checking in with our sports team a little bit later today, getting updates. 2 people that we're hopefully going to get some details from: head coach Mike McDonald. First up, right guard Anthony Bradford. He had a elbow injury that forced him out of the game. And cornerback Josh Jobe, who had to be taken out as a precaution, a potential of a concussion. All right. That's enough jibber jabber for me. Head coach Mike McDonald is up at the podium right now. We've fixed our technical difficulties. We'll take you out there live now.
On the times where you did have enough blockers, what kind of did you see in those moments? Was it like a missed call? Was it missed assignments? What kind of happened in those circumstances to kind of have them kind of get you on those plays?
Well, attribute to them. Good design on the front end. Could you have some better execution in those moments? Kind of everything. Just a little bit better execution, identifying the front. When they did repeat a couple of those pressures, we executed at a high level. We got a couple good plays, which is good. You just want to be able to do that on the front end. So things we're going to learn from and play a little bit more decisively earlier in games. But a combination of good design and we just got to play a little bit better on our end. And it starts with the offensive line, making the right calls, starts with the quarterback being decisive in what to do with the ball, and move on from there.
What are the mechanics of that at the line? Is that the center's job to set everything up?
Well, without giving in all the details, we operate, we have our own way of operating on how we handle our protections here. Some of it is by design, but we're not trying, we're really not trying to pick up absolutely everything. We want to follow our rules so we can go play fast. Sometimes we do have to throw the ball before the rusher gets there, and this is the way you live. The trade-off is you're not staying up to 0 dark 30 every night trying to identify every rusher known to mankind, and if you're wrong, you're absolutely dead in the water, which some people live that way, and to me that's a really expensive way to live. So we got a great protection system. We've done a great job protecting Sam. Minnesota had a couple great plays, and we got to learn from them and keep it moving.
The pass is batted down, especially on the edge. Is that just as you would say, cost of doing business, or you want to steamroll?
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, we could be in some different plays, some different protections on those. And there's one where Van Gickel made a great anticipatory play, and Sam just played football in that moment, held it, got it to the second window, and off we went, getting out of a backed up situation. So there's trade-offs to it, but things we can probably put ourselves in some better situations sometimes. But again, credit to them on a couple of those designs that they got the better of us in those situations.
Back to the defensive line, because of how well Lawrence and Murphy and Williams are playing, did that change you midstream on how you pass rush mid-season? Maybe you're doing things you didn't plan on doing and you saw that they were specifically, you would think less.
Yeah. Well, I think when AD and I came together on how we want to build our front and rush and coverage mechanics, we're on our way to going towards that vision of what AD did so well in Dallas, and how we just want our defense to work, where it's kind of everybody at the point of attack, guys moving around, playing off one another, all those things that we're trying to create. I think we're doing it at a high level. For a lot of plays, there's always plays where you are saying, oh shoot, we should have. It's kind of the cost of doing business on that front. If you're going to let guys play off, not necessarily call every single movement you have, there's going to be some times where you're going to want some more, but you're also going to get some great things as well. So in terms of us not pressuring as much, I'd say the effectiveness of our 4-man rush probably does drive our blitz percentage numbers, but it's not like I'm thinking about that on a play-to-play basis. You're really just thinking about what's going to give us the best chance to win that particular situation.
I would say Sanders. How did you feel like he played yesterday? Obviously,
yeah. Well, the way that the game declared it, we didn't need him to drop back and chuck it around the yard 40 times. So we knew we needed to stick with our plan, to kind of ground it out there in the second half, and we executed that. And I thought we played way better in the second half to help us win the game.
Like even Worry almost had the third down interception when he went down.
Yeah.
What does it say about him that he gets good stuff he does in the box, and then he's out covering just.
Yeah, it's a great play. I know he's disappointed for not coming down with it, but you got to be able to move on, and you got to be able to say, "Hey, look, that was a missed stop. That's okay. I'm going to go reload and go play the next play," and he's going to learn from that. There's a lot of great plays he put out there, and we're asking him to do a lot, and he helped us go win that football game from some of the things that we're asking him to do in a skill set wise, and he's still understanding that they're going to make plays too. It's just about reloading and going, playing our style ball one play at a time all the time, and he'll get there. But he's doing some really great things as well.
I guess what does that say about the big impact on third down and on arguably one of the best receivers in the NFL?
Yeah, well, I mean, you said it. It's just he's shown the ability to do it, and so if you show the ability to do something, we're going to let you go do it. And it's really pretty that simple, but it's pretty cool. It allows us to do some things in the back end that we've really never been able to do. So it's a great opportunity for us.
Leonard Williams had quite a year last year. He didn't make All-Pro, didn't get Pro Bowl, and he said that bothered him a little bit. He's having another great year. If you were to make a stump speech for Leonard Williams to get some of those rewards this year for recognition, what would you say?
Well, I did think he was more than deserving last year, so I'm right there with him. Turn the tape on and show me players that are playing better than him. I'd be willing to watch that tape. It wouldn't be a long tape. One thing I can say about Leo is it's the amount that he sets his teammates up for success is understated. There's so many plays where he's setting somebody else up, whether he's getting doubled in the pass rush or he's running a stunt to free somebody else up, or in the run game he's making the ball go a certain direction. I mean, there's at least a dozen plays every game where not a lot of people in the world can make those type of plays, so he deserves that recognition.
There's been a couple times you said that was a bad play by me.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. What makes a bad play when it comes from you? Just obviously you could just say a play that doesn't work, bad play. But when you kind of think about it yourself,
sure.
what makes a bad play?
Yeah, simple. You just put your guy in a disadvantageous situation. So unfortunately, it happens probably more than I want, but it happens. So you can kind of say, okay, look, our guy will make the play next time, which that happens every once in a while, or you say, we got to change course and just kind of go a different direction. So all those things are happening throughout the game. You got to just do it. Just trust your gut on how you balance it out. But I can tell you, we're trying. We're trying our tails off to help our guys as best we can. But sometimes we fall short.
The stuff you were saying about Leo there, you said maybe a dozen plays. You just mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
Any of those? Show up on Byron's play.
Yeah, very similar. I mean, two tremendous tackles. When Jay Reed's playing, he's doing a lot of the same stuff as well. Byron's game is growing. It's on the way. Leo right now, we're probably putting him in more position flexibility than we are with Murph. Not that Murph can't do it, it's just Leo just is showing the ability. He's just had more experience and can move him around a little bit more than we do with Murph. But Murph's on his way. He's doing a lot of great things.
Speaking of Jaron, is he eligible? I think he's eligible to come back this week.
I believe so. Yeah, doing good. We'll see. See how he does throughout the rest of the week, but looks good.
The play where Sam, the first set, the guy got kind of hands on him. Do you have any clarity on why that? It looks like we see rushing the pass.
Yeah.
With that pretty quickly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just, unless they call it in the moment, there's nothing you really can do. So, but we'll take it with the necessary channels. But yeah, there's no clarity on it.
With Nick, I think you said a few weeks ago that there was some consideration to expanding what you're doing with them. Was that happening?
Yeah, I mean, we had him at 9 technique, 5 technique. He's playing the slot. He's doing putting a lot on his plate. That's part of my message to him is You got a lot on your plate. There's a lot of expectations, and rightfully so. You've earned those opportunities, and go prepare your tail off like the best of your ability, so you can go, play the type of brand of ball that you want to play, and then go let it rip. And if something happens throughout the game, we'll fix it, or we'll get you out of that situation, but just go to the next one and keep rolling.
You refer to those internally as different positions. It all looks like nickel to us, but you call those?
Yeah, we have. You have to have certain ways to kind of make it easy for guys so they know where to go and what to do. So, there's ways for us to move them around. Yeah, we're working through that. We've never really had this. Never had a player like him, so we are kind of making it up as we go to a certain extent. I hate to admit that, but we kind of are.
And as he's like 12 games into it now, how similar or not is what he's doing to what you were doing in the first football?
Well, with Kyle, we started him at safety, and then we moved him closer to the ball. With Nick, we've really just started him at nickel and just let him go back between nickel and dime. We didn't really play Kyle on the line of scrimmage like we have with Nick. That's probably a little bit of a difference. Both tremendous players. I think they are. There is a lot of similarities, but they also have some parts of their game that are pretty distinctly different. That make their talents come to life a little bit more, in different directions, but all positive. Yeah.
At what point and why did you put him on?
Just showing the ability to do it.
That wasn't the plan when you drafted him.
No. I mean, put the numbers on the board. It's not, you don't rule it out, but down the line, you said, hey, maybe we can create some fronts where he's on the line, but it's just showing the ability to do it, so it started to expand. Yeah, just practice and just doing it. And he's done it in games, like on edge pressures. You're basically just rushing to a 9 technique is all you're doing if you're rushing off the edge. So you get a base block and you can sit it down. Well, might as well just stand there and do it.
Does he have to go to a lot of different position meetings during the week, or?
There's extra time. This is kind of like an all hands on deck thing. And Jeff's done such a great job with them. But Jeff's coaching position too. So now you start coaching some different techniques on the front. Well, now CP, AD's got him. Goes with Carl and some of the DB stuff. So he's with the DBs all the time, and then all the extra stuff is near the line of scrimmage just with some of the front guys, like in pre-practice and things like that.
How do you see Jack's handle? He's obviously been so involved in most games where the ball's not finding him. Didn't appear he was bothered by it or having issues.
Yeah.
How do you see him handle that game?
Yeah, our guys are great. I mean, I'm not on the offensive sideline while we're playing defense, but the feeling you have on our sideline and from what the guys are telling me is just everybody's all in, trying to get the mission accomplished and trying to go win the game and whatever it takes to go win. Now, every competitor is going to want to play a positive part and be an asset to the team so they can go win. I'm sure Jax is. Of course, he wants the ball more. I mean, everybody wants the ball more. Shoot, I want the ball more, but they don't need to give it to me. But we've talked about this the whole time. One of the things that makes Jack so special is the day-to-day, how he practices, how he brings it every day, how he supports his teammates. Makes him a really cool teammate.
Like you talk about players playing off each other. What are the intricacies or the requirements for players to do that? Discipline, awareness. What are some of those things?
Yeah, I think the base is just a team first attitude on what we're trying to achieve. So buying into the vision of how we want to play, and it takes a ton of reps. You just can't just go out there and say, you go over there and I'll play off of you. Like you gotta get all those permutations of what could happen out there and get a feel for what the player next to you is going to be able to do so you can play off them. So again, it's one of the important things on why you have to train the way we do. We have to maximize reps. You got to take advantage of these cheap reps throughout the week. Now that we're later in the season, you can't just strap the pads on and bang your head against the wall for 2 hours. You got to take advantage of walkthroughs and film sessions and things like that.
Any defensive, like Anthony Bradford or Josh Jobe or
yeah, AB should be good to go Wednesday. Who else?
Josh.
Josh, to my knowledge, cleared the concussion protocol during the game, so expect him to be good to go.
And aside from Jaron, would you expect any of the guys who can come back this week to come back?
Those guys are under. It's a possibility with all those guys. Yeah, we'll see.
A lot of defensive coaches end up kind of looking conservatively at offense and just want to protect the ball. You've talked about letting it rip over and over again. Where did you come to that point of view as a defensive-minded coach? Still be aggressive on offense?
Well, I think you have to be decisive, and we're playing to go win the game. So you need to be explosive on offense. You can't just go 3 yards in a cloud of dust and expect to win a lot of football games. So there's a time and place for that, and you got to be able to run the ball, but you have to have explosive run game. Like we still want more explosive runs that we can go pop 40 yards down the field. We really haven't had those yet this year. We believe they're on their way. Their safety made a great tackle on K9 in the first play of the second half. So that's really where it stems from. It's just what's the best path for us to go win.
How's Sundell doing? I know a couple of weeks.
He's doing well, to my knowledge. Yeah, he's doing good.
When he comes back, is he guard, center?
Yeah, I think we have to work through what the lineup will look like when he comes back. Yeah.
Anything else?
Thanks. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, that is head coach Mike McDonald speaking with the media today after that dominant 26-0 win against the Minnesota Vikings. Next up for the team, they'll be taking on the Atlanta Falcons, who are 4-8. Falcons lost a tough one against the Jets after losing 6 of their past 7 games. Two teams truly going in the opposite direction, as the Seahawks are now winners of 6 of their past 7, currently tied for first with the LA Rams. More news still to come here on the Fox Local Live Desk. That's coming up after a short commercial break. Welcome back into the Fox Local Live Desk. Got that live look for you outside from our Capitol Hill camera. I'm just going to show you a couple other views as well, because we are hearing rain on the roof here at the Fox 13 Seattle studios. That's the Capitol Hill cam, also the Stadium Place camera. Yeah, off in the distance you can see that kind of haze coming in there. That's generally what we see when you start to get that rain out there. Live look also at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. It is going to be wet for the commute home for plenty of you. All right, we're getting ready to hand you off to Seattle News Tonight coming up at 4 o'clock. Before we do, just want to wrap up on maybe one of the happier moments over the weekend. I know a lot of you guys had your families together for Thanksgiving, but if you're a sports fan, you gotta love what we saw with the Torrent. They write, today was all about you. Seattle wasn't the outcome we wanted. We felt all 16,014 of you all game long. Yeah, if you didn't know, this was a record set. The biggest crowd ever for a women's hockey game in the United States, a PWHL record to boot as well. They said it's the largest attendance for a women's hockey game in the U.S. arena and the highest attended home venue in the league's history. Yes, they did fall 3-0, as you note, with the didn't end the way they wanted to, but a good sign of things to come in Seattle as far as support the team is going to have a chance to look forward to. The Torrent now 0-1-1 on the season, and following practice today, we did have a chance to hear from Megan Carter, one of the team's star defensemen.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big pillars of my game is playing physically, and I think that's just developed over time. Just being a big body, a strong person out there, you know, it kind of just happened, and I watch players, honestly, you can just look to our team, like players like Rowney, Wilgren, like they're all players that play that way, and they're players who I've watched for many years, and I think they're very successful at it, so I like to kind of follow in those footsteps.
So last season, I don't think you started, you had an injury to start the season, is that correct? So how does it feel being able to get like a full off season and training camp before starting the season?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, any opportunity you get to really start from ground zero again in the summer and really progress your way up to feel ready to go for training camp. And like you said, to have a full training camp experience with all my teammates and really get to know them, that's obviously a huge benefit. Last year, you know, when you're returned to play ice, you're kind of missing some players, and you're on the ice when they're off the ice and vice versa. So it's just much easier to make connections, and I think that in the long run will be great.
And we do have some more coverage on the game over at Fox13Seattle.com. Seattle native Mara Wagner responding after the big debut, saying absolutely tremendous. I'm speechless, insane how much support we've already got, and just seeing how loud the crowd was is just amazing. It is a great feeling. Now, I will note we also saw a hype video released today, so we are getting ready to hand you off to Seattle News Tonight. This is where I remind you, if you're watching us on Fox 13 Plus, you can switch over to Fox 13 for the latest news, weather, and sports. However, anywhere else you get us, that free Fox Local Live app, or Fox13Seattle.com, or one of our fast channels. We're just about everywhere nowadays, and it's easy to get us. You can stay right here, and we'll take you right up. I will leave you with that brand new hype video just released by the Seattle Torrent as we close out the show.
Not only because it was the home opener, they also broke the PWHL record for the highest number of people attending this game.
They have dropped the puck, and here we go. This is going to be a journey for us to get this identity to go, and there's a lot of good parts of that identity. 16,000 fans. It carried us through, I think, some tired, heavy legs.
There's something about Seattle that is just so special. You all
Easy.
More than 3 years after 13-year-old Michael Weiler was killed in a Parkland crosswalk, the state has agreed to pay a $30 million settlement.
But the family's attorney says this is not about the money.
Losing a child is something no parent ever prepares for, nor can a parent ever prepare for.
A Pierce County woman is arrested for DUI 3 separate times in about a week. Coming up, we're digging into why she's not behind bars.
Seattle's supply of new apartments is shrinking. We hear from one developer on why renters will face fewer options and potentially higher rent.
Wait a minute, that's not a dog, that's a coyote.
They've seen the warnings. They know coyotes are here in the area, but here in one of Seattle's busiest parks, a coyote encounter gets too close for comfort.
Hello, I'm Hannah Kim.
And I'm David Rose. Those stories and more from Seattle and around the world. But first, today's top stories and breaking news with Fox 13's Sabira Rayford.
We begin with breaking news. 3 students have been arrested after a fight involving a gun in the Highline School parking lot in Burien. We're looking live at the school right now. You can see a lot of the patrol cars have left. But here is what it looked like earlier. This is video from a Fox 13 viewer. We're going to get to that video here shortly. And in that video, you can see dozens of patrol cars in front of that school. Here's what we know. The lockdown started just before 1 p.m. and was resolved around 2:30. According to the King County Sheriff's Office, there was a fight in the school's parking lot. The sheriff's office says one student was hurt and may have been pistol whipped. Deputies tell Fox 13 that students should recover. The 3 students accused of being involved in the fight were taken into custody a short time later.
Even though there wasn't a firearm discharged here today, just the fact that a firearm was mentioned brought in these resources. As of now, we haven't found any firearms.
Deputies are working to figure out if any other students or people were involved in the fight. This comes less than a week after another lockdown at the high school. A Fox 13 viewer sent us this video from the McDonald's across the street last Wednesday. You can see a group pushing over some items piled up outside. Someone inside the restaurant runs outside chasing them. That's when you see one person from the group pull out a gun, and seconds later, gunshots are heard.
Oh, hell no. Oh, dude.
The King County Sheriff's Office says at least one car was hit, but no one was hurt. Once shots were fired, the school went into a brief lockdown. According to the Sheriff's Office, the suspects were seen running toward the school. Deputies tell us they detained one person and later released them. As of tonight, no one has been arrested in that case. Meanwhile, Fox 13 is following developing news tonight. A man is dead after a shooting outside a hookah lounge in Seattle's Chinatown International District. It happened just before 8 o'clock this morning. It's bringing even more questions about late-night businesses, especially as after-hours regulations have been in effect for 6 months. Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman joining us live from the neighborhood. And Allie, police are still looking for the shooter.
Yeah, good afternoon, Sabira. As you mentioned, whoever pulled the trigger in this case is still out there. They have yet to be found, but as of the hour, you can see that the street remains closed, as well as the hookah lounge. Off to my left here, I do have crime scene investigators who have been coming in and out of the business the entire day, just gathering evidence. As detectives say, a 30-year-old man, or a man in his 30s rather, was shot at the entrance of the hookah lounge. Seattle police says the shooter walked up to the front steps of Evan Gandhi Hookah Lounge Monday morning and fired several rounds into the doorway. It's unclear how many people were inside at the time, but a man in his 30s was the only one hit.
Yes, and there were actually multiple shots fired. We've recovered multiple shell casings. Those are going to be collected as evidence. And yeah, one of those bullets that struck the victim.
Police say the victim was shot in the back and rushed to the hospital where he later died. Investigators are still working to try and figure out a motive.
They need to put together these missing pieces and find out whether or not this was intended or whether or not this was random.
Online, the Evan Gandhi Hookah Lounge advertises being open as late as 5 a.m. Off camera, nearby business owners tell me they've seen it stay busy into the mid-morning hours, with cars filling the alley and crowds gathering on weekends. The deadly shooting comes 6 months after the city began enforcing new after-hour regulations aimed at reducing violence at overnight venues. Council members passed an ordinance requiring late-night establishments to keep permits up to date, hire 2 security guards, have metal detectors or weapon screening tools, maintain a safety plan, and allow police to enter. The city reported more than 38 nightlife-related shootings since last year, with over a dozen reported between 2 and 5 a.m. Now, detectives say that anytime that there is a shooting at a hookah bar or any other late-night establishment, SPD does come out, review the business for violations. If there are any, command staff will then follow up with the business. But in the meantime, we know that the victim has yet to be identified, and SPD is urging anyone with information to come forward. In the CID, I'm Alejandra Guzman.
Alejandra, thank you. We're learning more information about the Bellingham man accused of killing a National Guard member and shooting another in Washington, D.C. Tonight, a makeshift memorial is growing outside the D.C. Metro stop to honor fallen U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstorm after she was shot and killed on patrol last week. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, who was also shot, is still fighting for his life. This is 29-year-old Romanullah Lakanwal. Investigators say he was living in Bellingham with his wife and 5 children before the shooting. They believe he drove cross-country to carry out the attack. Federal agents served a search warrant at his home last Wednesday night and into Thursday morning. They say he's originally from Afghanistan and had previously worked in a special CIA-backed Afghan army unit. He was brought to the U.S. in 2021 under the Biden administration and was granted asylum earlier this year under the Trump administration. Investigators are trying to determine a motive and exploring his connections here in Washington.
Now, since he's been here, we believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state.
U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro says charges will include first-degree murder with more expected. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Justice Department will seek the death penalty. Tonight, the Marysville School Board is expected to appoint its newest superintendent. This is Dr. Deborah Rumbaugh, who has been serving in the position since March. Last month, the board approved her contract to serve in the role. Rumbaugh previously worked as the superintendent at the Stanwood Camano Island School District. This comes after a lot of turmoil for that district. Right now, they're facing a nearly $18 million budget deficit. Last year, the district was placed on enhanced financial monitoring by the state superintendent. Tonight's meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. Let's turn now to our weather with meteorologist Claire Anderson.
All right, looking outside this afternoon and into this evening, we are going to see more clouds as well as a few scattered showers as well. Mostly cloudy skies over Queen Anne for tonight. Cooler temperatures as well, actually a little milder compared to yesterday. But we have a weak frontal system moving through, some steadier rainfall moving through as well out towards the Cascades. Down to the South Sound as well, you can see that band stretching between Olympia, Tacoma, through Seattle, up towards Everett. Still seeing some pockets of maybe moderate rainfall, especially around the Plateau area. Into the South Sound, rain along Tacoma, Olympia, I-5 up towards Seattle. Seeing some more steady showers, especially through the Cascades for tonight also. Temperatures are going to be on the cooler side. Carnation, we've got some rain up towards Gold Bar, a little bit of snow mixing in also. Looking at our Cascade Mountain passes, just check the latest conditions on Stevens Pass. We're starting to see some snow associated with that frontal system moving through. Temperatures in the mid-30s for Snoqualmie as well as White Pass with clear skies, so nothing too bad for the mountain passes, but do remain vigilant for tonight if you are driving over them. Rainfall total with this front, not a whole lot of rain, just over 1/10 of an inch for Arlington, Bellingham, as well as Whidbey Island. Still mainly dry out towards Tacoma. Visibility is down, especially towards Bellingham, Port Townsend. 5 miles of visibility for Seattle. Temperatures mid to upper 40s for SeaTac, Seattle, and Everett for today, so below seasonal average. That continues into tomorrow as well. Frontal system will continue through tonight. It's moving really quickly with some snow open to the higher elevations. We do see a few morning showers for Monday overnight into early Tuesday, but we do see drier conditions into Tuesday afternoon as well. Looking at your temperatures, mid to upper 30s for Tacoma, Seattle, 36 degrees for Bremerton tomorrow. In the upper 40s, similar temperatures with drier skies into the afternoon. And looking at your extended forecast, we do see some drier skies returning for Wednesday. Evening showers returning Thursday with the wet weekend in store.
Claire, thank you. Investigators in California are hoping more witnesses will come forward as the manhunt continues for whoever was involved in a deadly shooting. It happened over the weekend at a child's birthday party. Gunfire erupted Saturday evening at a banquet hall in Stockton. The shooting left 4 people dead, including 3 children. They were only 8, 9, and 14 years old. 11 others were also hurt. Authorities believe this was a targeted shooting, but detectives say it's unclear who the target was and whether multiple shooters were involved. Witnesses reported masked gunmen entering the venue and opening fire. Stockton's mayor says the shooting could be gang-related, but the sheriff says it's too early to know.
This wasn't just some terrorist-type attack where they walked in and just wanted to kill people. We're not going to say whether it's gang-related or not until we have all the facts in front of us.
The mayor is offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. Tonight, crews will be closing lanes at both east and westbound SR 99 near the Kent Des Moines Sounds Transit Station. They're set to make road improvements ahead of the opening of the Federal Way Link extension this weekend. The closures will begin at 9 p.m. and last until 5 a.m. They will happen between South 234th Street and SR 516. There's more news ahead with Fox 13's David Rose and Hannah Kim.
You're watching Seattle News Tonight on Fox 13 and streaming on Fox Local.
The state of Washington has reached a $30 million settlement with the family of a 13-year-old boy who was killed in a Parkland crosswalk in 2022.
Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa talked with the family's attorney about what this settlement means to them.
Candles flickering and messages written in memory of 13-year-old Michael Weiler. This is video from a vigil in honor of the teen 3 years ago, after he was hit and killed while in a Parkland crosswalk on July 19th, 2022. More than 3 years later, Michael's family now one step closer to getting justice for the 13-year-old.
The state settled the case for $30 million. It resolves all the claims from Michael's estate as well as Michael's family.
Evan Burial is the family's attorney. He says the settlement stems from a suit that claimed the Washington State Department of Transportation knew the flashing lights in the crosswalk were faulty but failed to fix them. He adds this case was never about the money, but rather finding justice for Michael and his family and creating change and accountability.
We learned early on in this case that the state didn't have any type of checks and balance for these crosswalks. So, for example, when one of these lights went out, the state had no notice that the light would be out.
At the time of Michael's death, Evans says 5 of the 11 crosswalks along SR 7 were not functioning.
We hope that part of this settlement will involve the state changing its processes and procedures and ensuring that there's a system in place to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again.
Fox 13 talked with Michael's parents just days after he was killed. They vowed even then to fight for change.
We thought we were teaching Michael right. You know, you get to the crosswalk, you push the button, you know, you wait for the cars to stop. I mean, he did everything he was supposed to do, you know, and he pushed the button and the car stopped, you know, so he started crossing and then this car just comes out from nowhere and just, you know, I mean, but he was doing what he was supposed to be doing.
In a statement, WSDOT said, "We recognize the loss of Michael Weiler was devastating for the family, friends, and the community." WSDOT continues to work with communities and partners toward our state's Target Zero goals. One tragic incident like this is one too many. Target Zero is a plan to get rid of all traffic deaths and serious injuries on Washington roads by 2030.
Losing a child is something no parent ever prepares for, nor can a parent ever prepare for. There's not a day that goes by that they don't think about Michael.
Michael's legacy is very important in keeping this pain from any other mom. Well, I want that to be my legacy.
Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
Since Michael's death, his mom has met with numerous lawmakers to push for change and safer streets. Evan told Fox 13, right now along SR 7, all of the crosswalks are being changed to fully signaled crosswalks, which means instead of flashing beacons, there are now red lights. They hope the settlement will prompt more changes across the state.
The inquest into the death of a 33-year-old is underway after he was shot to death by a Snoqualmie police officer. It happened on November 16th, 2021, when Officer James Aguirre made contact with Cody Rubishki. Rubishki, who was working on his SUV at Torgerson Park in North Bend, by the way, and it was 11 p.m. and Officer Aguirre ordered Rubishki to leave the park because it was closed. 10 minutes later, Officer Aguirre returned only to find Rubishki still at the park. Officer Aguirre says Rubishki ignored commands when he was asked to present an ID and to stop moving around his car. That's when a fight broke out between the two, with Rubishki pinning the officer down. Officer Aguirre says that's when he felt Rubishki reach for his gun. The officer, who now works for the Issaquah Police Department, recounted what was going through his mind at that moment.
Now he has even more leverage because he's basically pushing down with his leg while pulling up on my gun.
And when he's pulling on your gun, what are you thinking about?
There's at this point no doubt in my mind that he's trying to kill me.
Officer Aguirre says he was able to get a hold of his gun and fired one shot at Rubishki, killing him. The reason behind an inquest in King County is to discuss anyone's death at the hands of law enforcement and try and find facts surrounding what happened. It is not a criminal hearing. It is a process to find out more information. It is scheduled to run through the end of this week.
A former Ellensburg doctor has been federally indicted on 26 counts for 2 separate fraudulent schemes. Between 2018 and 2022, Anna Elperin is accused of falsifying medical exams for commercial driver's license applicants at her former clinic. Elperin was trained and certified to perform physicals for the Department of Transportation, but the indictment claims the exams were improperly performed and that Elperin went on to certify the candidates when they were not physically qualified. Prosecutors say she also failed to transmit data about the certifications to the DOT, which is required. She's also accused of issuing false and fraudulent prescriptions for controlled substances. According to the court documents, Elperin had a pre-signed prescription pad at her clinic and let staff write their own prescriptions. She's also accused of writing prescriptions for staff and then requesting the drugs from them for her own use. In 2022, Elperin was restricted from seeing patients in Washington after being accused of issuing COVID vaccine exemptions without any medical justification. She was also accused of failing to comply with opioid prescription regulations for high-risk chronic pain patients. She remains in federal custody pending trial.
Attorneys representing Luigi Mangione hope they can convince a New York judge to throw out key evidence in his murder case. As Connor Hansen reports, it's been almost 1 year since he's accused of assassinating healthcare CEO Brian Thompson on the streets of Manhattan.
Supporters of accused killer Luigi Mangione filled a New York courtroom Monday. The defense argues that bombshell evidence in the case should be thrown out before the trial gets underway. It stems from Mangione's arrest in a Pennsylvania McDonald's, where police found a 3D printed gun, a silencer, and a journal with writings that appeared to connect him to the murder, all inside his backpack. His lawyers say it was an illegal search, but experts don't believe that argument will hold up.
The bottom line is, once he was under arrest, that backpack is being searched incident to arrest anyway.
Right.
I do think that evidence is going to be damning, and I do think it's going to be allowed in.
The defense is also arguing statements Mangione made should be thrown out because they say he had not been properly read his legal rights. Supporters outside hope Mangione prevails. Many of them share their frustrations with the healthcare system.
Every American has the right to a fair trial and a jury that is untainted by public opinion. That has been completely impossible with this case.
I don't condone murder at all. I think it's terrible. But in Luigi's case, I feel like it was necessary.
Mangione pleaded not guilty to all 9 charges at the state level. He also faces a separate federal case.
Well, 2 of the charges, including an alleged act of terrorism, have been dismissed by a judge because of insufficient evidence. We'll be right back.
appeals court has ruled that President Trump's former personal lawyer, Alina Habba, is disqualified from serving as U.S. Attorney for New Jersey. The ruling comes as the Trump administration pushes to keep Habba in her role. Judges questioned the decision after her interim appointment expired and she didn't get Senate confirmation. Several people charged with federal crimes in New Jersey challenged the legality of Habba's tenure, arguing she didn't have the authority to prosecute their cases after her 120-day term expired. Habba was President Trump's attorney before he was elected to a second term. She served as a White House advisor briefly before President Trump named her as a federal prosecutor in March.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say Congress should review the U.S. military strikes and alleged drug trafficking boats. As Rebecca Castro reports, this follows a report that accuses the Pentagon chief of violating the laws of war.
Since September, the U.S. military has killed at least 83 suspected drug traffickers in 21 known strikes on alleged drug boats in international waters. But a September 2nd mission is facing new scrutiny after a Washington Post report claimed a second strike was ordered after it became clear there were survivors in the water. Military officers say they were following a directive from War Secretary Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill everybody.
I don't think he would be foolish enough to make this decision to say kill everybody, kill the survivors, because that's a clear violation of the law of war. So let's get the facts.
Hegseth calls the report fake news, and President Donald Trump is standing by him.
I have great confidence.
You say no second strike?
I don't know. I'm going to find out about it, but Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
But lawmakers want answers.
We'll have public hearings. We'll put people under oath. We need to get to the bottom of this. He should not be in this position. He should have been fired after Signalgate, and now he should be fired again for this, if this is accurate.
The U.S. military action has raised tensions with Venezuela, and President Trump announced Saturday the country's airspace should be considered closed. But he's downplaying any questions of an imminent air attack.
Don't read anything into it.
Well, President Trump also confirms he spoke with Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, over the phone, but won't share any details or confirm reporting that he gave Maduro an ultimatum to leave the country immediately. We'll be right back.
in Pierce County has been arrested for 3 separate cases of DUI over the course of roughly a week. According to court documents, she admitted to, quote, suffering from an addiction to inhalants like whippets and nitrous oxide. Despite her bail being set at $100,000, she's no longer in jail. Fox 13's A.J. Janavel breaks down what deputies call a dangerous loophole in Washington state law.
Have you been huffing today?
No.
Not in the car just now?
No.
Meet 46-year-old Kylene Ann Robertson. Investigators say she had a busy November. On the 12th, Pierce County deputies report they found her sitting in her car inhaling whippets.
I have a broken leg.
I understand that, but you're not wearing underwear or anything.
I know.
3 days later, Fircrest police arrested Robertson after they said she totaled her car, crashing into a power box. According to investigators in the car, they found whippet cans.
Hey, miss. You all right? Okay?
Then on November 20th, Pierce County deputies said they found Robertson yet again inhaling whippets in her car.
How many times have you been arrested within the last week?
3.
3 times?
Yeah.
She was arrested each time and now faces charges. Bail was set at $100,000 after her last arrest, yet Robertson is free as a bird right now.
We're out here protecting our community. We are making these arrests. We are booking them into jail. We don't have control over who bails out, how much time they spend in there. We don't get to have a say on that. The laws are the laws, and that's how they're followed. So we definitely get frustrated on our end.
In Washington state, a DUI is defined as a misdemeanor. It only gets boosted to the felony level if someone is hurt or the suspect already has 4 previous DUI convictions. But long wait times for toxicology reports means a suspected DUI driver could get back on the road in just a few hours before results even come back.
This is clearly a suspect that has resources and financial means that this means nothing to them.
I reached out to Robertson for comment, but she told me she needs to speak to her attorney first. Reporting in Pierce County, A.J. Janavel, Fox 13 News.
So Robertson is scheduled to be arraigned in district court on Wednesday. Tacoma police also responded to a crash involving her on November 23rd. They tell us no criminal charges have been filed in that case.
2 horses in Washington state have been confirmed to have the equine herpes virus. EHV1 can impact the horse's coordination, strength, and may be deadly. The outbreak started back in November at the Women's Professional Rodeo World Finals events in Waco, Texas. The virus is spread by direct horse-to-horse contact or contaminated hands and equipment.
We're in the process of tracing back all of the horses that have since come back to Arizona from those events in Oklahoma and Texas.
Texas and Oklahoma have been hit the hardest, with Arizona cases on the rise. While vets say severity is case by case, evaluation and isolation of exposed or affected horses is crucial.
Stalked in broad daylight. The Seattle man says his casual holiday weekend walk took a scary turn when a coyote came within feet of him and his 2 small dogs. He shared his story and footage of the close call with Fox 13's Lauren Donovan.
So it's a Thanksgiving weekend. The place was packed, and I was just walking along here, and there's a coyote less than 5-6 feet away, and it is looking at 2 small white dogs, and he's literally stalking the dog. That's a coyote. It's your dog. Eventually, I end up having to just go and yell to try to get the coyote's attention because he was stalking those dogs. Right on the other side of the street, we have a playground that was full of young children.
A far different scene than the empty jungle gym you see today at Volunteer Park.
Good boy.
Jason Williams tells me he and his dog Cole here, they were out for a walk Sunday afternoon. Broad daylight when they crossed paths with the coyote.
I know, right? It's just right there. Isn't that crazy? I would definitely want that coyote looked at because that's not normal from what I've experienced that I have with wildlife. I don't want anybody's dog or children to get injured.
After hearing all that, we had questions, so we reached out to the Department of Fish and Wildlife here in Washington state. They declined to go on camera, but sent us this statement, and it reads in part. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife is aware of recent reports of coyotes acting aggressively in Seattle's Washington Park Arboretum and Volunteer Park, likely due to habituation to human and human-provided food sources. Reports include attacks on domestic dogs and a chronic lack of wariness around people. Reporting in Seattle, Lauren Donovan, Fox 13 News.
A portion of Miracle Beach in Seattle is still closed after treated water overflowed into the water last Friday. It came from the West Point treatment plant. Wastewater operators say an equipment malfunction caused the treated and disinfected water to spill out from an underground vault during high tide. Officials are asking people and pets to avoid the area in red and to avoid standing water on the ground and from nearby stormwater drains. The closure will remain in effect through Friday.
One local developer says new apartment construction has slowed down already this year, and they are projecting an apartment shortage in Seattle as early as next year if the demand stays the same. This means potentially higher rent in a market already expensive. We spoke with the CEO of Wallace Properties. Here are portions of my conversation with Kevin Wallace. Mr. Wallace, your family-run development company has been around since the 70s, with your dad starting it, you taking over since 2004. Now, your company has built some notable apartment buildings in Seattle, such as the Citizen in the Capitol Hill neighborhood and the Eddy in Green Lake. I share that background because that means you have seen the ups and downs of the construction industry. What is your latest forecast when it comes to apartment availability, specifically for renters in Seattle?
Well, the last 12 months or so, maybe even longer than that, it's been quite the renter's market. There's been a huge supply of new apartments, and the rent levels have actually stayed flat or even dropped in recent past. And that's about to change because we've had the supply wave that we've had over the last few years has come to an end. And now as we look into 2026, there's going to be very little new deliveries. And so the buildings that completed construction this year and last year are basically getting leased up.
That potentially means rent increases. So what are some of the main reasons why we're seeing a shortage of apartment construction?
A lot of it has to do with the interest rates. The Fed raised the Fed funds rate back in 2022 by, on a percentage basis, the largest increase it's ever had in the history of the country. And that really pulled all the air out of the balloon for development.
What can city leaders do outside of the interest rates? Because that's something that they cannot control. But what can city leaders do immediately to make a difference in this?
Yeah, I mean, the interest rates are part of the federal government's control. What they can control is insurance costs and interest rates, and they haven't done a very good job of trying to bring down either. With the city and state, it's a different matter. That you're really looking at the building codes and the processes, the time it takes to get a permit in the cities, the regulatory burdens that are being heaped on development that really were placed on development over the last 5 years or 10 years when interest rates were low and those new burdens could be absorbed. Now the interest rates are higher, they really can't. And so taking a look at, are all those regulations that were heaped onto development in the last decade necessary, or are there ways to have reasonably sustainable buildings that are not harmful to the environment, but without such an amazingly expensive load on the cost of construction for things that, in my view, are not really necessary for a livable apartment or an environmentally friendly one.
Is the permitting process too slow in Seattle?
Well, as compared to Eastern Washington or other large cities, yes. And this is not unique to Seattle. Most of Western Washington, the larger cities, the permit process has just become so cumbersome that it's difficult for the developers and the city staff to work through the process. And what should take a year takes two or three.
You may know, but the Seattle City Council, in a 5-3 vote, just approved to increase the cost of permitting for most construction projects by 18%. Council President Sarah Nelson, who was one of the members to vote no on this price hike, calls it a regressive tax, with small to mid-sized construction paying even more in some cases. So in your opinion, what's going to be the impact from this recent hike?
Well, in my experience, for larger projects like the ones that Wallace Properties focuses on, 100 units or more, the permit costs are not going to be a pivotal factor. Where I think you'll see more of a challenge from that kind of increase is with smaller projects, townhome projects, small apartment buildings, because the budgets are so much smaller. When you have similar fixed cost increase like that, it just makes it all the more difficult to pencil the project.
Seattle City Council passed that 18% increase in construction and permit fees in late November, and that hike will go into effect next year. As you just heard, Wallace believes the largest developers will be able to manage that 18% increase in construction in Seattle, but says it will be a challenge for mid-size and smaller developers.
The World Health Organization has issued its first guideline on the use of GLP-1 therapies for obesity. The UN Health Agency recommends the drug conditionally for treating obesity. The guidance comes as governments around the world are determining how to include the therapies into their health system. The WHO director says the drugs are part of a solution to obesity that also requires action from many different fields.
These new medicines are a powerful clinical tool offering hope to millions. But let me be clear. Medication alone will not solve the obesity crisis. Obesity is a complex disease that requires comprehensive lifelong care.
The guidance includes a conditional recommendation that suggests those facing obesity also increase physical activity and focus on trying to eat a healthy diet. Well, people without a real ID will soon have an option if they want to fly. The TSA is introducing an alternative verification system called Confirm ID. People will have the option to pay $45 to establish identity at security checkpoints. The process will happen at the airport before the passenger makes it to the security line. The Confirm ID will be valid for travel for a 10-day period. TSA says passengers who use the option should expect delays and encourages those who don't have real ID to make an appointment at their DMV to update their identification. Travelers with an acceptable form of ID, like a passport, would not have to pay the fee.
With 5 weeks remaining in the regular season, the Seahawks are tied atop the NFC West after a shutout win over the Vikings yesterday. Fox 13 Sports Director Aaron Levine has more on the team's defense and the statement it's making.
Well, it's back to anyone's game in the NFC West. The Seahawks and Rams both with 9-3 records after a surprising Rams loss at Carolina yesterday, and the Seahawks' first shutout win in more than 10 years. The Hawks had 5 takeaways yesterday, their most since 2019, including this 85-yard interception return for a touchdown by Ernest Jones IV, who had 2 interceptions on the day. The defense starting to remind us of the Super Bowl years, but head coach Mike McDonald continues to talk about their week-to-week process. And with 5 games left and no clear front runner amongst 3 9-win teams in the NFC West, it's still anyone's division to win.
The feeling you have on our sideline and from what the guys are telling me is just everybody's all in, you know, trying to get the mission accomplished and trying to go win the game and whatever it takes to go win.
Elsewhere, for the 5th time in the last 15 years under head coach Jamie Clark, the Husky men's soccer team has reached the Elite 8. They upset 12th-seeded Stanford 1-0 on the road in the Sweet 16 last night and will now face 4th-seeded Maryland on Saturday for a spot in the men's Final Four, otherwise known as the College Cup.
If you're playing in December, it means it's a special season. So here we are, December 1st. We got a week of training to go. These games get hard, though, right? There's no easy games. We're on the road every week right now, but we're used to it. And yeah, I mean, I just think it's where we want to be. It's the expectation of these players. They believe, and we've set us kind of a bar that we're a really great team. So let's see how great we are. But I think we got to run ahead of us.
And best of luck to them. Remember, the Dogs made it to the national championship game back in 2021. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you, and we'll be right back.
Monday, everyone. I'm meteorologist Claire Anderson in the Fox 13 Weather Center. Happy first day of December, as well as the beginning of meteorological winter. Now, today has been mainly dry, but the rain has returned this afternoon into this evening and will hang around into early Tuesday morning. Now, we do have a drier break Tuesday afternoon into Wednesday with cloudy and cool conditions, but then looking ahead to this next weekend, it is wet, but mild temperatures, so no major issues for the mountain passes, but that also means no snow for the slopes. Let's take a look at our conditions. So for today, temperatures were again on the cooler side, below average high, which is typically 49 degrees this time of year. It was actually a little warmer than yesterday, mid-40s for SeaTac, Seattle at 47, mid-40s for Everett, 36 Wenatchee, upper 40s out along the coast. Now, we had some sun breaks earlier in the day, but our frontal system is moving through tonight, bringing a round of showers this afternoon, which was pretty impressive on the radar here. Did bring some rain as well as some snow up into the Cascade Passes this evening, and we'll still see some of those showers into the overnight hours. Here's Monday evening, so we do see those showers into early Tuesday, especially down to the South Sound, but then we do start to dry out Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours. We could see some sun breaks before the sun goes back down. Foggy conditions Tuesday night into Wednesday, still looking dry, maybe a shower or two off along the coast, but overall really nice for Wednesday afternoon. Now, looking at our snow level forecast, I want you to keep in mind we're going to be relatively high here the next several days. We do see snow levels around Stevens Pass for tonight. It does drop a little bit heading into Tuesday, but remember, we dry out, so no major issues there. And then heading into Friday as well as Saturday with more rain, we've got some mid-tropical air moving in and moisture, so snow levels are going to soar, especially through the weekend. Now, looking at our 6 to 10 day temperature outlook, which is also with this precipitation, it's looking warm, especially for the West Coast, likely warmer than the average high of about 49 degrees. So mild temperatures, but it's also looking really wet, and that is right on track of what our forecast is showing, just kind of a wet and soggy end of the week into the weekend, so we could watch for potential flooding concerns, but we'll keep a close eye on it for you. So here's heading into Friday, wet conditions. That continues into Saturday as well. We get several systems kind of rolling through the region, and that continues into Sunday. But remember, snow levels relatively high, especially in the North Cascades. How much rain are we talking about? Well, early forecasts are showing about an inch of precipitation up towards Snoqualmie Pass through Friday. You add on to Saturday, we can start to see snow levels again stay really high, but also river levels rising just a bit. So we'll be watching that. Localized flooding is also very possible. But for tonight, back here, Monday night, mild temperatures, upper 30s to low 40s with some showers, few morning showers to start your day, some sun breaks, but especially foggy late tomorrow into tomorrow morning and to our Tuesday morning. We do see high temperatures, upper 40s, Seattle, Tacoma, as well as Bremerton, very similar conditions. And looking at your extended forecast, not too bad for Wednesday. What you will notice, it will be cooler. Overnight lows for Wednesday into Thursday, chilly. Evening showers for Thursday. Then we start to see wet, but milder conditions Friday, Saturday into Sunday with some gusty winds, especially Friday, Saturday, and then again heading into early next week.
it's just about the right time to hop online and take advantage of some Cyber Monday deals.
Lots of shoppers are still looking for discounts, and the National Retail Federation is estimating that a record 185 million people will have completed some holiday shopping in some form between Thanksgiving and the end of today. And today alone, Adobe Analytics predicts Americans will spend $14.2 billion. On Black Friday, online sales topped nearly $12 billion. Experts say this year more and more shoppers are turning to buy now, pay later to delay payments on decor and gifts. The city of Lake Stevens teamed up with the Lake Stevens School District for its Name That Snow Plow contest.
More than 700 students submitted quirky names along with a creative design. 50 of those designs, which you see here, were selected. And now it's your job to pick your favorite. Some of them include Darth Blader, Blizzard of Oz, and Mr. Melty. You have until December 7th at 8 p.m. to vote. 7 winning designs and 3 runner-ups will be selected. And then student artists from the Lake Stevens High School Design Club will paint the designs onto the snowplow. The first completed snowplow will make its debut at Winterfest on December 13th. Well, the holidays are here, and for many that means a Christmas tree is now up in their home.
But for some, the big debate is over whether to get a fake or real tree. Ted Linder takes a closer look at the recommendations that could help make your decision easier.
As more families start preparing to decorate for the holidays, many are facing the choice of whether to pick out a real or artificial Christmas tree for the season.
There's a lot of tradition and family stories and other really important things built into that.
If sustainability is important to you, Dr. Jennifer Russell, Associate Professor at Virginia Tech, says a main factor to take into consideration is how long you're planning on using your tree for.
So real trees are fantastic. They make our houses smell great. They're bringing nature into our home, but they have a life cycle of 1 year, right? So they'll have to grow for 7 to 8 years to be used once, and then they're going to be disposed. And the advantage of an artificial tree in that context is that it's very energy intensive and high impact to make that tree the first time, but then you can use it for many, many years. And so it's much more durable.
Because of the plastic and metal materials in artificial trees, Dr. Russell says they should be kept and reused for a minimum of 7 years in order to have lower overall impacts on the environment compared to buying a real tree every year.
There's such a high upfront investment of energy and impact, but the longer that you use it, the more you can kind of amortize or to allocate those impacts over time compared to a real Christmas tree.
Meanwhile, Dr. Russell also recommends avoiding artificial trees with lights built in to help expand their life cycles.
Bulbs are more likely to go, and electrical wires are more likely to be degraded over time.
So to help add an extra layer of protection once the holidays are over, Dr. Russell says properly wrapping and storing fake trees and keeping them away from rust and dust can help preserve them.
So we have 3 years left on ours. We've had it for 4 years. We love our fake tree.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
got flocking on it. It's got lights. It's beautiful. And but I did see this weekend lots of people that had real trees strapped to the roof of their cars.
Oh, yeah. I think the smell and kind of the realness to it, I think is for some. But I'm with you. We got a fake tree a couple of years ago. Love it.
It's so much easier.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of holiday decor, we're getting our first look at the White House. This year's theme is Home is Where the Heart Is, America, Our Home. There are 51 Christmas trees and 75 signature wreaths decorated with thousands of feet of ribbons, lights, and stars. Well, it's only December 1st, but you can already track how Santa is preparing for Christmas.
Yeah, he's busy. Check it out. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, Santa Tracker website is officially up and running. The site has holiday music, games, movies, and of course, a holiday countdown. On Christmas Eve, the command will start tracking Santa's journey around the world. The modern tradition of tracking Santa started back in 1955 when a child managed to call an unlisted NORAD phone number. A colonel picked up and the child asked about St. Nick's location. 70 years later, the NORAD Santa tracking team has grown into a massive operation. Soon, more than 1,000 volunteers will answer calls from kids all around the world. We have a link to the NORAD Santa Tracker at fox13seattle.com. So cute. Meanwhile, the U.S. Postal Service, along with Santa, is trying to make holiday wishes come true with Operation Santa. Volunteers adopt letters sent to the North Pole from kids and families in need. Gifts can be ordered and sent directly through Santa's gift shop, which is run by the Postal Service and Toys R Us. Volunteers should ship the gifts by December 13th to make sure they arrive in time for the holidays. We have a link to more information on that at fox13seattle.com.
As you celebrate the holidays, we invite you to join our holiday tradition. The Les Schwab Fox 13 Toy Drive is happening now. You can scan the QR code on your screen for more information on how we're spreading some cheer this holiday season. You can also visit any Les Schwab location in Western Washington to drop off a new unwrapped toy in person. All donations will go to local kids who otherwise may not get a gift this holiday season. The toy drive runs through December 13th.
All right, Oxford University Press has chosen its word of the year.
This one I agree with. The 2025 word of the year is rage bait. To rage bait is to deliberately cause anger or outrage while creating provocative or offensive content online. That word can be tracked back to 2002. It grew 3 times more popular this year.
I'm always telling you, just take a deep breath, David. No rage baiting.
Anytime I go online, I immediately feel rage baited.
Thanks for joining us for Seattle News Tonight.
And you can watch Fox 13 News anytime on the Fox Local Connected TV app. It's free to download to your TV and your cell phone. Take it easy. Have a good night.
Don't.
More than 3 years after 13-year-old Michael Weiler was killed in a Parkland crosswalk, the state has agreed to pay a $30 million settlement.
But the family's attorney says this is not about the money.
Losing a child is something no parent ever prepares for, nor can a parent ever prepare for.
A Pierce County woman is arrested for DUI 3 separate times in about a week. Coming up, we're digging into why she's not behind bars.
Seattle's supply of new apartments is shrinking. We hear from one developer on why renters will face fewer options and potentially higher rent.
Wait a minute, that's not a dog. That's a coyote.
They've seen the warnings. They know coyotes are here in the area, but here in one of Seattle's busiest parks, a coyote encounter gets too close for comfort.
Hello, I'm Hannah Kim.
And I'm David Rose. Those stories and more from Seattle and around the world. But first, today's top stories and breaking news with Fox 13's Sabira Rayford.
We begin with developing news. 3 students have been arrested after a fight involving a gun in the Highline High School parking lot in Burien. This is the second time in just about a week the school has gone into lockdown. Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling is live now in Burien with the details on this investigation and what's been happening at the school.
Good evening, Sabiro. We just got done talking to the King County Sheriff's Office spokesperson a little bit ago, and they told us that the victim in this case was a student. Also, those 3 that were arrested were likely students as well. That investigation continues tonight. Sergeant Earl Surratt says a complete search of the building was completed earlier, and they gave the all clear. They determined there was no longer an active threat, and the students were released from lockdown at that time. He says the alleged assault happened as early as noon, and the school went into lockdown because of it. At around 1 p.m., that assault happening outside in a parking area. At around 2:30, the school said the lockdown had been lifted. Surratt says they were still searching for the gun as of 3:30. We have reached out to see if there is any new information on that. He said again, as many as 3 people were taken into custody. And here's what they had to say just after the situation. Take a listen.
Highline School is very professional, as shown today in their response to this, and that we are as well, and we take it seriously. Even though there wasn't a firearm discharged here today, just the fact that a firearm was mentioned brought in these resources. As of now, we haven't found any firearms.
The incident follows another lockdown last Tuesday at Highline High School, during which a man was accused of going after some young people outside the restaurant after they were accused of pushing over his cart outside. Video provided by a viewer shows a man running outside to confront the people. He was then accused of pulling a gun and shooting it. Nobody was hurt in the incident, but the school decided to go into lockdown for about 30 minutes during that incident. The King County Sheriff's Office says one person was detained and released. The spokesperson says at least one car was damaged from a stray bullet. No arrests were made in that case. So again, still trying to get more information on exactly what happened, but 3 people taken into custody, and the lone victim in this case, according to the King County Sheriff's Office, a student. Reporting live here in Seattle, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Meanwhile, Fox 13 is following more developing news tonight. A man is dead after a shooting outside a hookah lounge in Seattle's Chinatown International District. It happened just before 8 o'clock this morning. It's bringing even more questions about late-night businesses, especially as after-hours regulations have been in effect for 6 months. Fox 13 Alejandro Guzman has more.
Whoever pulled the trigger is still out there. They have yet to be found. As of the hour, though, the street and the hookah lounge remain closed off, as we've seen all evening. Crime scene investigators come in and out of the hookah lounge, where detectives say a man in his 30s was shot near the entrance. Seattle police says the shooter walked up to the front steps of Evan Gandhi Hookah Lounge Monday morning and fired several rounds into the doorway. It's unclear how many people were inside at the time, but a man in his 30s was the only one hit.
Yes, and there were actually multiple shots fired. We've recovered multiple shell casings. Those are going to be collected as evidence. And yeah, one of those bullets that struck the victim.
Police say the victim was shot in the back and rushed to the hospital, where he later died. Investigators are still working to try and figure out a motive.
They need to put together these missing pieces and find out whether or not this was intended or whether or not this was random.
Online, the Evan Gandhi Hookah Lounge advertises being open as late as 5 a.m. Off camera, nearby business owners tell me they've seen it stay busy into the mid-morning hours, with cars filling the alley and crowds gathering on weekends. The deadly shooting comes 6 months after the city began enforcing new after-hour regulations aimed at reducing violence at overnight venues. Council members passed an ordinance requiring late-night establishments to keep permits up to date, hire 2 security guards, have metal detectors or weapon screening tools, maintain a safety plan, and allow police to enter. The city reported more than 38 nightlife-related shootings since last year, with over a dozen reported between 2 and 5 a.m. Detectives say that anytime there is a shooting at a hookah lounge or any other late-night establishment, SPD officials tend to follow up with the business for any violations. If there are any, command staff will follow up. In the meantime, we're waiting for the victim to be identified, and SPD is urging anyone with any information to come forward. In the CID, I'm Alejandra Guzman.
Hallie, thank you. Live hand grenades found in a Kitsap County home. According to the sheriff's office, contractors found the devices inside the Olalla home this morning. The owners do not currently live in the home, so the contractors called 911, and the State Patrol's bomb squad and teams from Naval Submarine Base Bangor were called in. They found several other explosive devices too and secured them. The homeowners say they just bought the property and had never seen the explosives. An investigation is underway to figure out how they got there. A traffic alert in Snohomish County. Right now, fire crews are on scene of a large pothole with rushing water in Lake Stevens. It's happening on Sunnyside Boulevard Southeast near 4th Street Southeast. Crews are asking drivers to be cautious driving through, as the ground could be undermined. No word yet on what caused it. Let's turn now to meteorologist Claire Anderson.
All right, taking a look outside this evening, we do have the clouds and, of course, the showers that have returned this evening. Temperatures are in the mid-40s. It was a cool day again, and we do see some of those showers lingering behind the frontal system that just moved through. Quite an active scene it was maybe an hour or two ago as some heavier rain moved through the region. Now it's just scattered showers left behind. We do still have some scattered showers over the Seattle area, down through I-5 in Tacoma, out towards the Kitsap Peninsula, up towards Port Townsend, as well as Everett. We are still seeing some scattered showers, maybe moderate times, just north of Arlington, up along I-5 as well, out towards Camano Island. And we are seeing a mix of rain and snow up into the passes. A little bit more rain-snow mix, especially Snoqualmie and Stevens Pass. And speaking of that, here's a look at our camera in Stevens Pass. Not a whole lot to see. We've got some snowflakes that just came on there. I was looking around. We do have some snow on the ground there, so be ready for winter driving conditions. Some slushy conditions up there. Temperatures in the mid-30s. No major issues for Snoqualmie or White Pass for this evening. Now, rainfall total-wise, as that band of showers move through, just over 1/10 of an inch now between Arlington, Whidbey Island, and Friday Harbor. But notice into the South Sound, not a whole lot of rain. We won't see too much for the rest of this evening, but you can't rule out a stray scattered shower. Visibility-wise, seeing some low clouds up towards Bellingham as well as Port Angeles. A little bit of fog out towards Snoqualmie Pass as well. Temperatures today were in the mid to upper 40s for SeaTac, Seattle. Cool. Everett, 42 only for Bellingham. A few degrees below seasonal average this afternoon. We do see more showers and some higher elevation snow late tonight, so especially the North Sound, spotty in the South Sound. Into early tomorrow morning, we'll still see those showers into the South Sound. The spotty shower around the Puget Sound with drier skies by Tuesday afternoon and evening. Mid to upper 30s, Bremerton, Tacoma, and Seattle for tonight. Tomorrow, mid to upper 40s. So very similar conditions, mostly cloudy but dry. Maybe a sprinkle or two to start your drive, but overall nothing too bad. Drier day in the forecast for Wednesday. Evening showers Thursday, wetter into the weekend.
Claire, thank you. In just about an hour, the Marysville School Board is expected to appoint its newest superintendent. This is Dr. Deborah Rumbaugh, who has been serving in the interim position since March. Last month, the board approved her contract to serve in the role. Rumbaugh previously worked as the superintendent at the Stanwood Camano Island School District. This comes after a lot of turmoil for the district. Right now, they're facing a nearly $18 million budget deficit. Last year, the district was placed on enhanced financial monitoring by the state superintendent. Tonight's meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. We're learning more information about the Bellingham man accused of killing a National Guard member and shooting another in Washington, D.C. Tonight, a makeshift memorial is growing outside the D.C. Metro stop to honor fallen U.S. Army specialist Sarah Beckstrom after she was shot and killed on patrol last week. Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf, who was also shot, is still fighting for his life. This is 29-year-old Romanullah Lockenwall. Investigators say he was living in Bellingham with his wife and 5 children before the shooting. They believe he drove cross-country to carry out the attack. Federal agents served a search warrant at his home last Wednesday night and into Thursday morning. They say he's originally from Afghanistan and had previously worked in a special CIA-backed Afghan army unit. He was brought to the U.S. in 2021 under President Biden and was granted asylum earlier this year under President